Mark, are you speaking or what's happening?
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Going to Mars or Moon, humanity needs to solve one major problem, and that is how to colonize and live in space for long term without needing to depend on Earth resources from day one. With the new nuclear plasma technology, one can do. Creating pieces of gold and other materials in atmospheric conditions goes against all the laws of physics. And in the following video we show this. Materials like gold, silver, calcium, and others produced using only plasmatic fuels technology in mountains of northern China in 2023 at ambient pressure and temperature in the presence of the Chinese military generals. This is a real breakthrough and a new age in the world of science.
You see the difference?
你看到这个不同。
这个是铜，这个是
This is
金。
copper, this is gold.
No,
No, 不
this
是。
is the carbon
这是
14.
碳14，
This is full of carbon
这
14.
边基本上全是碳
You
14。
need this to produce this.
然后我们需要这个碳14来产生金子。
那就把它的种子搞到这个里面，
它这个是种
它就
子。
长了。
So just put the seeds here and it grows.
Yeah, but you have to create the environment.
但是你要创造它的环境。
这环境怎么创造呢？
How to create the environment？
The ball.
就是球，我们那个球转，就是它形成它的环境。
That's what those balls are for.
就是这些球就是干这个功能的。
This is and then in it you see the gold leaves.
在里面你可以看到这个金的叶子啊，或者是金。
This is 48 hours.
这是48小时左右。
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for January 19th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gork, and along with each and every one of the participants in this meeting. Whether you're here as a guest, a knowledge seeker, this is a roundtable affair, and we're all equal, so we're all welcome to contribute. Nobody is above anyone, and again, this is going to be extended to the nations. as we start to see the Iranian government, the American government working together. I think the Chinese will definitely be involved. The Russians will be coming on board, the Brazilians, and so on and so forth. So the groundwork has been laid, as Mr. Keshe had said, that Trump has made the path easy. And he's actually said something along that line. We'll hear it in the announcement. So there must be some background negotiations have been going on and have been going on for a long time. And as we understand, Musk is very familiar with Mr. Keshe. And I know President Trump is also familiar with the Keshe technology. And I think he's a bit miffed that he was bamboozled by the Israeli prime minister in the last go, which caused a lot of things. We'll take a look at some things, many things today, as this was again another splendid workshop. How much of it we've understood, we'll see in time, but I think we're all growing step by step into this knowledge. So it's a beautiful day for the planet Earth. As he said a couple workshops ago, it's going to be a pleasure to be a knowledge seeker, but yet we're going to have some issues. This will not be easy. He said, trust me, we're going to have some obstacles. But again, as he's said in other locations, we're well seasoned for the job. Even though, as we understand, if anything happens to Mr. Keshe, he'll just recreate the frock and then he'll continue to deliver the technology. And this is part of his mission here, is again to bring this planet into the larger family, which is known as the universal community. But before we go any further, as we usually do, let us confirm our ethos. And we call this the World Peace Treaty. This is the exact document world leaders are going to sign, world religious leaders are going to sign, and I'm sure many scientists will be quite pleased that they can move away from making tools of war and destruction into making tools of peace and elevation. And this is the next step in the progression of the technology as it starts to come in. As Mr. Keshe said, I've decided 2025 will be the year of the release of the technology. So many beautiful things. But before we go any further, let's all just reconfirm our ethos of peace with ourselves, within ourselves, and within our environment and within the universe. As we understand, the universe is a very peaceful place. And of course, putting people that are not peaceful into space can cause some problems. I know in Sanya on the island of Hanan, yes, did somebody want to say something?
Sorry, finish up.
One of the biggest problems, I know that Italian actress was asking Mr. Keshe, what is the biggest problem of man going into space? And he gave a one-word answer: ignorance. And that's why he said in the last workshop, he wants us to master this technology here on this planet before we actually go into the universe. I guess as a much larger group, even though individuals will be. And as we heard in the transmutation test on Friday, not so much in the group that I was in, but a previous group, Mr. Keshe said that they had somebody had done a full cycle of a transmutation, and they have confirmation of it. So again, we are all capable of the transmutation, and it's just a matter of learning some of these steps into creating it, and of course with the systems. So go ahead, Ike.
Yeah, Mr. Keshe was having the last communication we had. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Ike, are you there? I think he'll come right back in. Let's just see, make sure. Okay, we'll wait for him to come back in. As I was stating, this is part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. Remember, we're introducing a new science, a new ethos, and a new language. And it was very interesting. Almost every second or third workshop, I was with Dr. Gatwa, and he said he put another word into their language community, which was radiation. Apparently, there was in Kenya, one of the languages spoken is Gikuyu, and there was not a word in that language for radiation. So he's created some sort of word to again, help the people to understand more about this radiation. And that's okay because, as Mr. Keshe said in this workshop, we don't even understand radiation or the creation of it and how it's done. This is one of the things. But before we go into the workshop or what Ike wanted to say, hopefully he'll be back shortly. Let's just reconfirm our ethos. We know we're here to serve and not to be served, but also this idea of the World Peace Treaty. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Anyone? It's a rather simple document. I believe we've all signed it. Would anyone like to read it?
If you can hear me, I can try.
Oh, that would be wonderful, Gail.
All right. World Peace Treaty. I, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. I shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this I all agree and swear with our either your nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, your body, and souls. So you put your name, signature, date, position on behalf of the nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, individual, whichever one you choose. And then you can have witnessed, and they can give their name, signature, date, position held. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of Creator.
Oh, very good. Anything you want to add, or anyone else want to add anything?
And don't forget, whenever we walk around, if we feel peace, that's huge. It just adds to everything, adds to the soul of humanity, adds to everything.
Well, I certainly
Thank
felt
you.
the peace at the end of the transmutation session on Friday. It was a very beautiful balance between, let's say, sleeping and awake. I was in some sort of balance of the fields of the soul of the existence, perhaps, as we see that picture of the ice with the fields. And that was the last 20 minutes of that, or 30 minutes perhaps, of that transmutation. It was a very beautiful feeling where you don't need the money, you don't need the job, you don't need the food. It's almost like a beautiful balance was created, and I did feel quite peaceful then and afterwards. And of course, we are moving in that direction more and more, I think, of understanding the peace is just not stopping men from killing each other, but there's also this war we have with the vertical and the horizontal people. And this is part of the new feeding program where we need to learn this. As he said, we need to learn these things before we let you go into space, that we don't take other entities, energies to sustain our own as we do here. So it was a beautiful session on Friday, and we can talk a little bit more on that. Anyone else have something to say? As I said, this will be the exact document, this one page, very simple document of pledging your nation to peace. I don't know if Mr. Keshe will require that. As others like to say, you don't necessarily have to sign it with a pen. And we know there's no pen in the soul of the man, but you can sign it with your soul in so many ways as an affirmation that you are accepting this sort of ethos that, as we understand it, the Creator shows himself in trillions of faces, not only on this planet, but across the universe. And it all comes from the Creator. So these other entities that we look at as energy packs to sustain ourselves, we're sort of moving away from that. And I think health and other things will be enhanced by dining the way the Creator dines, perhaps. But we're just learning about this, and I never thought it was possible you could feed yourself without eating. How could that be possible? But this is the way the Creator does it. And of course, we all know we're made in the image of the Creator, or we're made out of the fields of the soul of the Creator. You're an actual energy dimension. That's our true nature is non-physical. And this is part of the exploration of the Keshe Foundation with our own laboratories, which we call the body of the man in a way, and the soul, and how this whole structure works. Again, it's something that's been hidden from us, but now it's getting opened up more and more. As he said, the religions didn't want you to find your soul. And apparently they've been quite successful in it, at least in the Western world. In the Eastern world, more people go within themselves to try to discover their true nature, their true being, and so on. But for us in the West, it's always been God is out there somewhere, or heaven is out there. Nothing about the soul being within you. But we always accepted the fact that your energy or your soul will go to one place or another. They called it heaven and hell. But now we're understanding there is no heaven and hell. And Mr. Keshe has gone on to explain that quite a bit. So there'll be some huge changes coming down. Many of the religious leaders, I think, will take off their frock, and others will probably maybe get into teaching this knowledge, as we've seen in Brazil. One of the nuns or a priest who passed was actually quite interested in this technology. And of course, once you see some of the technology and what it can do and the way the universe creates things, I think this will be something that everyone will start to be interested in. Some will come along early and some will come along later. I see Ike is back. Let's see, once he gets a microphone, if he'd like to state what he was stating. We know Ike is in LA, but can you tell us more, Ike, of your question or what you wanted to speak about?
I'm sorry, my phone got switched to something else, so
No problem.
lost my track. Well, let me get myself together. I'll come back to you.
Sure. Thank you. Glad you're back. And maybe you can give us an update in a way on what's happening in the LA area. Well, one of the things Mr. Keshe talked about was the hostages being returned. I guess there'll be an exchange in the Middle East of hostages on both sides, quite a huge number returning on the Palestinian side and a smaller number returning to the Israeli side. And we gotten a report this morning, one of the other meetings we were in, where the person in Egypt said they were witnessing the buses that were actually returning the hostages. There's an exchange going on at this moment, or a couple hours earlier. I don't know how long this whole process will take, but it is in progress. And as Mr. Keshe said, sometime on Sunday, he said or Sunday evening. And apparently this is the time that the exchange is happening. And this is going to usher in the peace. Of course, I think as a back channel negotiator between Iran and many countries, Iran and the United States especially, as he said, the Ayatollah has given the word to Hamas to release the hostages. Without that word, this would have never happened. So despite all the problems between the United States and Iran, I think the Ayatollah is allowing President Trump's incoming administration to look quite good. I think most of us are fed up with the war, but it's also being stated that this is causing the collapse of the Israeli government, because certain parties say, if we can't continue the war, I'm out. I'm not going to be part of this government. So there's a lot of things, and you would think they want peace, but it's the first time I ever heard of a government collapsing because of peace.
Yeah. What I was trying to say, Mike, I think it's looking like it's gonna be chaos, but it's designed for this technology to come out. If you notice, Mr. Keshe or somebody put out, the foundation put out the gold, making of gold with plasma, but it's not detailed. I think that's an intent, just to tease that this is out and this is coming. So it's if you look at YouTube, the making of gold that you played, it's not really the full process, but it's just an indication that something is coming. And Mr. Keshe alluded to that he's gonna be coming out with all kinds of stuff.
You
right
mean
now.
like a material enhancement system? We've seen that. It looked quite similar to the Ubiso's.
Right. I
And
mean,
yeah.
that too, plus the gas unit and all that. These things will disrupt the economy, will disrupt a lot of stuff. So Mr. Keshe said he's ready for that. And then what I was concerned about when he said he's ready for his assassination, God forbid, but that's just crazy to know that this thing can lead to that.
Oh yes, he's well aware of it, no question about it. As we heard about the phone incident in the hotel room and so on, it's not the first time, and it may not be the last time. But he's planned ahead, he said, for his own any sort of thing like that to happen to him. But he's also said if something happens to him, he'll just recreate the frock, and then again, it'll be a little longer, but. I think it's going to go through at this point as it is. So we'll have to see. But back to the hostages. And again, I think the Iranian government is hopefully making the American government look good and bringing an end to this war. And this is all part of what's being set up. Again, this is not something that just happened yesterday. I think these negotiations have been going on for quite some time. In the background with the Keshe Foundation, the American administration, the Iranians, and others who are going to be brought into this process, that they know what's coming. So this was a question about the hostages, because this is one of the things that was, in a way, blocking the peace in that area. So perhaps let's hear what the Iranians did to help the American government, and I think Trump wants peace. I remember seeing a clip a few months ago. I don't know when the clip was made, but the reporter was asking the president, I think that was while he was running for president, or, his next term, what are you going to do about the Russians? And don't we need to do something to send more? And he said, why don't you ask me about peace? Can't we try peace? How come you reporters don't ask me about peace? And we saw the same thing with the Romanians. The leading candidate was saying exactly the same. Let's not say we have to fight Russia. Let's have peace with Russia. And of course, he was disqualified. Somehow they stopped the election and the rest of this. But let's go and hear what the release of the hostages actually means, if I can find where the part is here. That's not it. That's not it. Okay, I may have to go to another location and pull this up. Okay. And where did we say we were on this? Oops, let's just bring that down. Around just about 1 hour and 59 minutes, I think we'll go to. And here, what this is all about the release of the hostages. And as Mr. Keshe said, it wouldn't have happened unless the supreme leader in Iran gave the okay for this to happen. Let's just see if we can zoom in on this. And let me share the screen properly. Here we go. Why isn't that sharing properly? Let's just make sure we're sharing this again. Okay, let's see if we can, I think there was a question on this, and what we should do is actually bring up the beautiful transcript that we have prepared by some beautiful knowledge seekers. Okay, here we go.
For it in our system. I'm sure somebody will make a terminology for it somewhere in the future, but it's there.
Okay, and let's see here. Q&A, got well, we have a question in the YouTube. I'll have to abbreviate some of the words. Mr. Keshe, can something be done to get in line to stop the bloodthirsty dark SOB from Tel Aviv? I don't know if we want to get into
we see the end of Netanyahu within the next few days. As we know, with the stepping back, I told that to the Iranian people who are in the government, the leadership, in past few days. This is not something unknown. With the permission of Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, Hamas has come to an agreement to release the hostages, which is supposed to start some sort of shape before Sunday night, before inauguration of the Trump.
And so, according to one of the knowledge seekers, as I said earlier, in Egypt, she's seeing reports on the television of buses moving back and forth. I guess it's the first installment. Of course, you can't fit a couple thousand people on a bus. There's probably many buses going from Israel back to Palestine, and there's a few buses going. Again, I don't know where the hostages were kept, how many are alive in the rest of this, but there are a bus or two that will be returning to Israel.
And this could not happen if the Iranian leadership would not step back to do it, because they could have done that months ago. But now we see another structure. But Netanyahu will try to say that he released the hostages and make a thing out of it, that he's a triumphant, but in a way, it's the biggest step back for it, because he has to give the whole Gaza Strip back, and then there's huge penalties, which is going to be leverage against Israel for the damages done. And the opposition leader, as we see it, will not support it. He'll come to the collapse of his government, and we'll see how it takes shape in his arrest and the rest of it.
And that's the report that I just mentioned, that they not only are the hostages being turned, but the government apparently, without war, certain members of that coalition government is saying they're going to drop out. They're going to collapse the government and try to form a new one, I suppose.
Even though Senate in past few days has passed the condition that he'll welcome to the United States and his Harvard. But in general, we are at the end of this episode of killing by Israel. But as I said, because I've been involved in Palestinian affairs for over 40 years, 50 years, the Israeli companies are rubbing their hands, because every time Israel damaged the Gaza Strip or Golan Heights and the rest of it, or into southern Lebanon, the Israeli merchants of what I call sand and cement and iron became the financiers of this rebuilding these cities. So you see a huge increase in what you call GDP of Israel, selling the same material for the Palestinians to build, and then in 5 or 10 years' time they destroy it again. It's a very fun job. I said this before. Israelis look forward for the government to destroy these cities, and then they sell the material to them, because literally they're strapped to it. And Now they're counting the bank accounts, how healthy it's going to be. And to build these cities, it costs trillions. And a lot of it will go to the Israelis because of their embargoes and the rest of it. But the biggest problem with this negotiation is one of the hardcore Palestinian terrorists and the rest are on the list of being freed. And this is frightening for the what you call the Israelis. It's hundreds prisoners against thousands and thousands of prisoners. And on top of the list this time, they want all the leaders because the old leaders are all being killed. And we'll see how he tried to make it as his triumph, but in a way it's the beginning of the end for him, because without it he doesn't have majority, and without it he's end up in jail. The demise of him is on the horizon, but how after Sunday will take shape, because Iran couldn't give any excuse to Americans that the hostages or whatever for Iran to get pulled into the war. And the situation is very fragile as it is in Iran, and we soon will change of leadership in Iran, because Ayatollah Khamenei is old and will have enough struggles inside, and Americans have already chosen the next president of Iran. He's getting well trained and taught and paid for it.
Now, that's an unusual thing, that the Americans have already chosen the next president of Iran. He's getting well trained and taught and paid for it. We all know the guy. I'm thinking it's Ahmadinejad, perhaps, maybe. He's been in the public before, and perhaps this is the person, or it may be one of the other ones. I'm not sure. So a lot of things going on in the background, but to say the Americans are going to choose the next president of Iran, it just, this is pretty far-reaching. But obviously, there's inside knowledge being shared with us here.
Taught and paid for it. We all know the guy. He'll be in public again, but as I said, what I'm telling you is not a secret. I already explained it to the Iranian leadership. They know. So we have to see how the game gets played. But not much left for this saga by Sunday night. Hamas has already agreed. Hamas cannot agree without the clearance from the Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran. And there is enough pressure. They lost Syria, they lost everything else. And Hamas will agree, but could not agree without a permission from Tehran. Trying to save their skin at the moment. Any other question?
Okay, any comments from anyone? This is what Mr. Keshe had said on Thursday, and now it's Sunday, and the exchange is happening as we speak. And as he said, the Iranians will have an embassy in Washington in 2025. So I think there's some very good relations starting to be formed. And again, having Mr. Keshe as a back channel negotiator, you couldn't have a more superb diplomat, let's say, because he's well familiar with both sides. And this is part of the opening up of this new technology. Remember, Iran, the technology will come out of Iran. It's going to be shared with the American government. So there's some very beautiful things coming in the background, and then they'll come into the foreground, as he said. And he showed certainly a lot of things in this workshop. As Ike said, the gas unit, the understanding of radiation, teeth growing, the oasis system. What a harsh planet this is, but couldn't we make it into a very peaceful place? I think this is what's going to happen. He talked about the marine fuel, which I don't quite understand that. It's one of the dirtiest fuels, this bunker C, I think they call it, and this is what the ocean-going freight ships burn. But he said it's sold for pennies, but in my hand, it's worth billions. Anyone know what he was talking about there? Is he going to be extracting the radiation or other things out of that bunker C to create life or to create something else? Anyone think about why that could be worthless to man, but yet worth billions in the hand of somebody who knows how to play with it?
Is that the amino acid that he was talking about? I
Is that the amino acids? No, to me, it was more about oh, sorry, she can't hear me.
understand.
We didn't hear you, Gail. Could you say that again, please?
Um, can you hear me?
Not well, not as clearly as when we started.
Was it the amino acid? I mean, oil. Okay. Hold.
Yeah, we're not hearing you clearly. I think there's something about this. Again, there's apparently a lot of radiation in these oil products. As we know, everything gets washed down. Maybe we'll go back to the beginning of the workshop and hear where he talked about us not understanding the creation of radiation. Let's just see here. X-rays and the rest. Maybe we'll go to about 24 minutes. If I can just bring the workshop. Gail, do you want to try again, please? If you can hear me. I guess she's not.
I just typed a little thing.
Oh, you're clear now. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I thought was he talking about amino acid that creates oil? I didn't remember the way he spoke about it.
Let's see. Oops, let me just erase this. And I think we could go. I'm not sure. Yeah, here he is talking about this oil here. We use what we call marine oil. Marine oil sold for a few cents. Marine oil in my hand worth billions. It's what we don't clean. Radiation in it is heavy. So is he going to be using this radiation to create something? Let's go back to about 24 minutes and we'll hear. Of course, we haven't understood radiation. This is what he was saying. Our power plants that use the nuclear are still not safe. As he said, you could be driving by a power plant or a chemical plant and other things that is not quite healthy for you. And I know there's a system, as he said, that they can retrofit existing plants that they would never go critical. Or if there was a radiation release, they could pump it back into the magma or back into the center of the planet. So this is part of, again, would we even need new nuclear type of plants with the technology with the gas and electric? He said they'd start releasing the gas and the electric units, and the next step would be going into a bigger power production. So that means a generating plant, I think. But again, it's just going to start out by touching the energy industry, as I understand it. But let's hear about this, and then we can go a little bit more. Anyone else? What is so valuable about the marine oil? We're selling it for pennies, but in the hand of someone who knows how to play, it's worth billions. Anyone? Anyone have a thought on that? He did say it has a lot of radiation in it. Not that they need it to do any sort of work. As he said, we don't even need a radiation source now. Anyone?
We don't know all the plasmatic properties of.
Come closer.
We don't know all the plasmatic things that Mr. Keshe may be able to do with this oil, because the scientists they're all working in the matter state.
And this is what he said also about that white gold that was created in Fukushima. I guess there's a lot of it, but somebody has taken that into the United States or something, but they don't know how to convert it. Again, another example of in the right hands, it's worth billions. Again, if you know how to play, this is the understanding, and this is where we're sort of lacking. But anyway, let's go back. Anyone else? Thank you, Randy.
But Mark, did you know there's not much atomic difference between tungsten and gold?
No. Tungsten steel?
Tungsten, yeah, tungsten, because I heard years ago that the US got caught selling gold to Germany, and it was actually gold-plated tungsten, but it's still, in all their tests, it's still tested as gold, but it was really tungsten.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of tricks. But again, they were found out rather quickly.
Right away.
Okay. Yeah, this is the idea about the man, deceiving one another. Hopefully we can go where everything becomes a lot more open. And there's no need to deceive because you can create it out of the fields. As Mr. Keshe told us, March of 2024, he said 36 months. If the governments didn't get their act together in a way, he would start to show a 10-year-old girl how to make gold right at her home. And she could make a kilo of gold every day, and then gold will be worthless. And then he said, and then maybe I'll go to a grain of rice, which is the staple of half of the population on the planet. And then the rice becomes worthless. But let's hear about this, our lack of understanding of how radiation is created in the rest of this, as is done. And what they're doing is just replicating the process in the universe, as I see it.
But comes out to one point. What is the radiation? How is it created? We have a lot of fallacies. We have a lot of things because we have achieved some in the world of what I call physics, in the world of understanding of material, where I first came to understand about radiation is that we heat something up, and in heating it up, we heat another plate. In reaction, we get X-rays. That was the first thing I ever understood from radiation. You need the material, you need the target, and then you create a radiation by hitting it. Gamma rays, every other rays, nowadays is considered more or less to be created, even when we talk about beta rays and gamma rays, not understood. We just say is created. But what is the cause of the creation of radiation? X-ray, alpha rays, beta rays, and gamma rays, and every other rays, which we know we have called even cosmic rays, are not created the way man does on this planet. We see huge amounts of X-rays detected coming from space. Have you wondered how many mega tetragons of energy God has put on targets to hit, to radiate the whole universe? How does gamma rays and beta rays and everything, other rays are created? We call the alpha rays, God knows, like the particles of something look like and everything else. This is all nonsense.
Right. We know even those alpha particles and other things are made up of magnetic fields, as everything is. It's just a different spectrum. But our scientists haven't understood it. I think this is more in what he's going to come in line with bending the magnetic fields. And this is, and playing with the inertia and the rest of this. So we have quite a lot to learn, as he mentioned in the last workshop, a lot to learn.
Literally, the world of the science of today has not understood the source of energy, what we call radiation. And some of these radiation in collection and interaction are called the viruses, like the corona we had. But this kind of viruses are created in a different composition of radiation, energy packages. The man's understanding of the nuclear radiation is as far-fetched today as a reality which is created in the universe. As much oil is created from the dinosaurs, is true, as is the radiation in the world of the cosmic rays, in the world of the space technology, that the man will come to understand.
And again, within our own structure, there's a lot of tiny amounts of radiation. As he said in one of the teachings, we're the most illegal, mankind, as the most illegal nuclear reactor walking around on this planet. So our structure, in combination with the soul and soul of physicality, knows a lot more about radiation and how to use it. As he said, it changes the creation, as it did with the nuts in that Hinkley reactor. It sort of turned them into putty. Yes.
So, question. So, radiation is when you hit two items and then you have a target. So there's three components to it. Is that what he says?
I thought he said it's created out of magnetic fields. And then
the conventional definition of radiation.
Oh, I wouldn't know that. Anyone else here know about radiation?
No, he
would
said,
like to share.
What he understood is when you hit something up, and then you have to have a target.
Yes, he even said when you're sharpening scissors on a wheel and you see the sparks coming off it, that's radiation. Or you're creating radiation. Didn't he say that in this workshop?
So when there's friction of two things, two items, and then you target that, whatever comes out of it, you target it to a location, and that's considered ray or radiation.
X-ray. That was the X-ray.
Okay. But
they choose.
He said X-ray, gamma rays, they're all the same, right?
There's two things. He was talking about creating X-rays and shooting a gamma ray to the point, and that will force the X-ray to come out.
Well, it's different words for basically it's an emission. When there's friction, the emission, what is coming out of that friction and targeted to a location.
But that's different.
Either you call it X-ray, gamma ray, or whatever. So it's
I don't think he was referring to the X-ray there. He meant in chemical, in the plants, in the place where people work and they produce chemicals and everything. Then there is radiation produced.
We see a huge amount of X-rays detected coming from space.
Look at the one where he's talking about working.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand
a factory, for example, chemical factory. They produce. Yeah.
It changes the composition of things. As he said, if you need zinc in your body, the body knows how to take copper and transmute it using radiation, small amounts, into a zinc. So it changes its composition using these things. And this is something we're totally unfamiliar with. How it works within our own structure. And it does it, as he said, you take Eskimos who eat very little plants, but yet Every part of their body is formed the same way our part of the body is because of this transmutation caused by a radiation of sorts. And I'm no expert on it. I don't know about this, but I understand our body works this way. We're splitting neutrons constantly, day and night, into electron and proton within our structure. So he's saying there's a lot to be understood, and man's leading scientists have not understood this. And there's a lot you can do with it if you know how to play. Anyone else want to add about this radiation understanding?
Nuclear radiation. As I said to my professors, and they told me you're a lunatic. I said, yes, because I'm a scientist lunatic, and you are fallacy lunatics. It's very simple. Now, how you understand the plasma, as I understood 50 years ago, is a very simple thing. Nuclear radiation, cosmic rays, are created from interaction of magnetic fields.
Okay, that's a big sentence right there. Nuclear radiation, cosmic rays are created from interaction of magnetic fields. But you need to know how to play. And I don't think we've understood it fully.
So what we call friction, like rubbing two hands, is interaction of magnetic rays from the two hands.
Right. Even like cigarette smoking, somebody was saying years ago, I don't know if it's true, because you're burning something, it's releasing radiation, and it's almost equivalent to getting a couple hundred chest x-rays a year as a smoker.
So in that case, radiation is just interaction of magnetic rays. So they're just calling different names for the same thing. These are all magnetic rays interaction.
Mm-hmm. That's what it sounds like, are created from interaction of magnetic fields at a certain length, a certain strength.
So our soul is taking the magnetic fields of the earth, and it's actually helping create our physical body.
And maintaining it.
And
maintaining it, repairing it.
So
all the
why,
time, constantly.
So then why is it harmful? Why is the aspect of human radiation, why is it harmful to us? If everything is magnetic fields interaction, is it that we are not able to convert, or is it magnetic fields were too strong for that process of radiation? Because
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
From what I understand, radiation was considered something harmful to our body. But Mr. Keshe now is explaining to us that it's no different than magnetic fields interaction. So if magnetic fields are all around us and we are all interacting, it seems like some aspect of it is not to us, some aspect is harmful to us. And why is it?
It is harmful, as it was to the nuts. It changed their composition, and he referred to the testicles as well. Many people who work around these things, it's too strong. It does some sort of change in the composition of the testicle and other parts of your body. People that work in these industries, he said. And he said, of course, with him, it's a different story. As he worked on the Hinckley 1, he can handle the radiation because he's not from this planet. So he can handle radiation. The professors got very upset. He wasn't suited up and he was doing this and that. But he said, we were stupid to walk on top of this nuclear reactor on the scaffolding or whatever they were. And many of I think his coworkers there or scientists ended up succumbing to cancers from this?
As plasma students, we have to find a way to differentiate, because these things are all the same, it seems like. But if we are, Mr. Keshe mentioned that the radiation from our body is the same radiation that they have that is harmful to
No, I don't think so. Even though he said at one point that C14 can cause cancer and it can cure cancer. I think he used the word cure at that point.
Well, exactly. So it's the interaction of magnetic fields potentially can harm us and also can be beneficial to us.
For sure.
So how do we differentiate? Because it seems like the radiation, what we call radiation, is the same thing as magnetic fields interaction. So why is it that we are looking at it as it's harmful? Why is it harmful to us? What made it harmful? Why is this something that's not combating it?
It has a way of changing the composition of something.
It's the strength.
Okay, so what is producing that?
We have plasma. We have plasma radiation in the body. I mean, the K4.
And of course, the sun, people get too much sun. What do they end up with? A skin cancer from the radioactive or the fields of it, as I understand it. Anyone else want to jump in here?
I can say that of all the hundreds and hundreds of blood tests that I did, the only person I ever seen that had good blood, not many parasites in it, not many other little things. He worked in a place where they inspected all the nuclear missiles in Russia. Then he went, so he was having problems. He was having muscular problems and everything else, but his blood showed no signs of things. But the symptoms were there. So being around all that nuclear energy was affecting his bloodstream, and now we know it was affecting his magnetic field in the body. That's why he said, some days I feel great, other days if I don't get enough rest, I can't go to work.
Right, and I was just thinking of when they used to sell radon tablets within the United States as something for health. And of course, somebody
took that in the 20s or 30s.
Yeah, and somebody took too many of them, and they banned them. But a small, as I understand it, a small amount of radiation is actually beneficial to your structure for health. And we know in Eastern Europe they have spas deep, deep underground where people go for health. And obviously there's radon there, but they're saying the workers that work in these health spas that are deep down in mines and other places are actually healthier than the general population. Now we know in the United States, if you have any sort of radiation in your basement, radon, obviously they want to clean it up or do radon tests and this and that. But I don't think we've understood enough about radiation and how it works to really talk.
Can I say something?
Of course.
Yes. What do you think your body needs in the effect in the milk?
Paul, can you come a little bit closer and clearer to your mic?
So better?
No.
Okay, yeah, it's a little bit difficult.
It's like you're muffled. Is your finger over the speaker?
I had to use my headphone because my earphones are blocked. So your inner cells of the body, every cell needs potassium. It's radioactive.
Okay.
We still can't hear you though.
We can't hear you clearly. He said every cell needs potassium, and potassium is radioactive. As we know, many of the B vitamins Mr. Keshe mentioned in the previous workshop, the body needs this. Go ahead, Fo. Try again, please.
Yes, most of the salt, let's say sodium, potassium, and that kind of thing, fusion.
We need what you're saying, Fo. What you're saying is important, but we can't hear it. It's like it's only half coming through, muffled. Anyone else hearing him clearly or not clearly?
No, not clear at all.
No, not at all.
Is it better this way?
Nope. Can you unplug your headphone and try to speak through the speaker, perhaps? Fo? Let's see. Did we lose Fo? No, he's still here.
Do you hear me or not?
Oh, can't
Not good. Not good.
Okay, let it be this way.
Okay. Okay. If it clears up or you'd like to try again, please do. I think you have some important things to say.
Can you put it in writing?
Randy says Radithor was a patent medicine which consisted of triple distilled water containing a minimum 1 microcurie, each of the radium-226 and 228 isotopes. Again, this is beyond my understanding of how it all works, but certainly the body is playing with that on a regular basis. I think it was in the 305 Knowledge Seekers Workshop where Mr. Keshe said we're the most illegal nuclear reactor walking, mankind as being the most illegal nuclear reactor walking around on this planet. Okay, let's go back.
Certain length, certain strength. These magnetic fields find a way to be so, what I call strong, but as a given strength, that their interaction behaves like a ray. But in fact, even them are fields. What's the difference? I'll go back to what you understood more in the past few years of teaching.
Okay, the video has frozen. Let's see if we can get that started again. 28 minutes and 35 seconds. It's not moving, sorry. I'm going to have to pull up another copy, as sometimes I have to do with the disclaimer. 2835, I think this is where we're at. No, that's not where it is. Let me just go to this one and we'll pull it up again. Sorry about that, but some of these, we need to show it again in the Finder. Now I need to pull it up. Now I need to go to 2835. And let's see if it'll start again for us. 2833.
We always said the sun radiates fields. The earth radiates fields. We call these magnetical and gravitational on both sides. But earth at the same time radiates nuclear radiation. This is part of it. We measure some of it. The same is from the sun, and the same comes in from different parts and directions towards the earth. What happened in interaction of these fields, as these are both dynamics? Actually, I have to put this one the other way around, that we don't get clockwise and anti-clockwise later on argument. This interaction of the fields in the higher levels, in the higher orders of what I call atmospheric conditions in different layers.
Of course, there's a drawing that goes along with this transcript, but we're just going to look at the transcript. You can go back in about 29 minutes and see the drawing or before that.
Create different packages of energies, which with the interaction of the fields of the earth and the inertial material led to the creation of copper, zinc, and everything else that you imagine. But you have to understand, all this material interaction, all these plasmas which are created in the between the fields of the earth and the sun are not absorbed by the earth. They become, again, that package of energy, we call it viruses or whatever, and according to the inertia, magnetic field strength of the solar system, they become cosmic dust. This is how cosmic dust are created. Entering inertia of the earth, they change according to the package strength to the material. Rains gold, rains calcium, rains oxygen. But in the space, because we don't have a central control, but we still have localized inertia according to field strength, these things, the way they converted on earth to zinc and copper, they change to material. This is how cosmic dusts are created, and the world of science has never understood. This is
So the world of science has not understood, and I have not fully understood either, other than there's a transmutation that takes place. As he said, if I put enough energy into the Ubisos, you will meet your own soul. And this is part of the elevation, I think, if you can use it in the correct way. Not so much an ionizing radiation, but again, anyone else want to jump in? Fo, do you want to try again? I see your mic is open.
Yes, do you understand it now?
Anyone?
No, it's very muffled.
It's muffled, yes. It's very muffled, like you have a cloth over your microphone. Okay, let's just continue this. Again, it's just adding more to our understanding. We all take whatever we can take from this knowledge, and hopefully all of us are taking something from it.
It's the essence of the way we create material on earth. The same way, according to the inertia of the matter state, here, according to the inertial condition of the position, then asteroids and meteoroids in collection together are created. But not every fields lead to creation of plasma. Interaction of these fields, like as I always said, two grind, like a grinder and a knife in your hand, and you get the sparks coming in when you got the highest speed grinder going against your knife. All the lights are not the same, which comes with all the sparks are not the same. All of them doesn't matter, does not end up with a dust of iron on the floor. Even when we sharpen a knife in our bathroom, in our kitchens, in our homes, we sharpen anything, even your scissors, you release certain amount of nuclear radiation.
Now, that's something I had not heard before. Even when you sharpen anything, even your scissors, you release, it must be a very micro amount of radiation, but apparently there's radiation created there, which means is the package of energy.
Which means is the package of energy. But in the magnetic field in the cosmos, the radiation comes from the interaction of the field of the earth and the sun. And this point of interaction, as it's not in a package of conversion to become what we call a field, and is on its way to become a field and slowing down somewhere down the line, we call it radiation. So what does actually mean? We understood that the interaction of the field of the Earth and the Sun led to creation of the plasma packages, which, with the interaction with the inertia of the Earth, became materials. Again, the interaction of the fields in a certain angle, in a certain strength, creates a ray. Become the essence of the cosmic ray, cosmic radiation, X-rays, gamma rays, alpha rays, and every other ray which man has not made a name for in the universe. As in their strength, they do not match, they do not find, they do not, in a way, interact with what we call energy, inertia of their strength. You find out the inertial strength of the gamma ray, I change it into matter for you in 1 second. So now you understood what was in that intro 10 years ago. And that's how we capture. We capture nuclear radiation and convert it into matter within the structure. And this is how nuclear radiation in space becomes material. This is how, in the world of science, radiations become matter.
Okay, Fo left and came back. Let's see if he can add something here. Again, radiation becomes matter. Does that mean that matter is radioactive, or is it using its radiation just to make the conversion process?
Can you hear me now?
A tiny bit better, but not as clear as you've been in the past. But go ahead and try. We'll listen.
Okay. Remember the spiral from Mr. Fish?
The spiral
he
from Mr. Keshe, yes.
That the elements are along the route back to the creator, but there's a magnetical and gravitational side to each line of the spiral. So when you talk about matter, it's about electrons and protons or positrons or whatever. And in radiation, you speak the same like gamma, beta, and alpha. So gamma, it has no mass but charge, energy. Beta is a positron or a proton or whatever. It's magnetical. And alpha is both of them. So it's like it's going further into the matter state. But remember, the neutron and the neutrino, the tinier part, the neutrino can be stopped. A neutron can be stopped, but a neutrino cannot be stopped. But in between the packages of a neutrino and a neutron, you are also in the plasma state, in the magnetic gravitational state. These packages differ. So one neutrino is not the same as another neutrino. So in between all these fields from going from a neutrino into a neutron, like I said in the graphite turning into a hexaform with spikes of hydrogen, it turns the hydrogen into a neutron. That's what the neutrino can do, but it has to find an interaction where it's needed. So when the neutrons are blasted into the graphite, which is T12, and they have a high velocity, they create friction. And with the friction, there's an interaction, there is a release of energy, and that creates a neutrino. That's the same within the sun. On the outside, the fields turn into a neutrino, and by interaction, it causes ionization, like the aurora borealis, and all kinds of fields, all kinds of colors you can see, because it can be nitrogen or oxygen or carbon or even potassium. It's what's in the air and what the interaction is. So when Mr. Keshe said it all drops down to the ocean, sure, because sodium is created on the outside layers of the atmosphere of the Earth. It becomes matter, and because it's matter, it becomes gravitational to the center of the Earth and drops in the ocean. But there are many kinds of interactions. So you can say in the layers going in, it creates a heavier matter part down to Earth, because the gravitational pull of the Earth on a certain needed field could create, let's say, uranium. And then again, in the interaction of the fields of the Earth by volcanoes, it will be released again. So it's this ongoing cycle.
Okay.
So I say, when you have the graphite and the neutrons that are caught or captured, or how do you say it, blocked from the nuclear plant, they have also an interaction. So that's, and Rick posted last week something about the nuclear battery. Well, that was known in 2016.
Sure. Okay, I'm going to have to ask you to stop. It's very difficult. I know we're straining our ears to understand what's being said. I don't know why. The last time I think you were much clearer. So let's continue on. If we get up to about 38 minutes, we'll hear what he says about the marine oil, which is sold for pennies, but in the right hands, it's worth billions.
This is how many of you catch cancer, because you just live near or pass by one of these cold nuclear reactors. The same thing happens when you live near a refinery. The same thing happens when you live near any chemical plant. Because in production, in interaction, in processing, certain amount of radiation, which is unknown, is released. We don't see radiation detectors in refineries. I always said to my workers, What is the nuclear detections over the materials in these buildings? We don't need a nuclear radiation detector in a refinery. I said, excuse my language, bullshit. Why? Because in essence of the oil industry, which most of the people don't know, oil goes washing everything down to becoming a pot at the bottom. And as always,
This is what Fo was trying to explain to us.
said, not in the bottom, which you call it oil, is everything in this pot. From uranium to plutonium to CH4 amino acid and everything. If you want to understand what the oil well is, go back to your systems you pay so much for called filtering. You put your water in the filter and you have layer of different sands and coal and whatever, and you get a clean water. This is exactly what the oil industry of today is. Amino acid on the surface of the oceans, washed down, and the lubricant, they take everything in the small parts with them. When they cannot go any further, it becomes an oil well. Your water bottle bucket becomes an oil well, but you call it clear filtered water. And everything else is collected here. In this oil well does not. And all the known nuclear materials in the world are in oils.
And maybe as this knowledge becomes more understood or popularized in a way, people will not want to work with oil in the future, because apparently it has some sort of effect on all of us in a way, but especially if you work with it, as he said, in the refinery, in the nuclear power plant, and the rest of this. So we have something to replace that, and maybe this will be popularized in a way. Let's continue to the marine part.
Does not matter how they refine. And in that process, once they are refined, they get more agitated, more releasing, and they carry certain amount of radiation. In Western Europe today, if you buy a plot of land, if you buy a fuel station, and you want to build or you want to do anything on that land, you have to dig up to 12 meters down to collect all these, which is over the life of the petrol station. Every time you went and you tanked and a few drops fell on the ground to collect the uraniums. And this land, this soil is taken to be washed by the rivers, and we feed the uranium and all the contamination back into the rivers, and where they wash the sand or the soil. So we feed it back into the system. If man starts understanding the process, and in a way, we use all these ships on the high seas. We use what we call marine oil. Marine oil sold for a few cents. Marine oil, in my hand, worth billions. It's what we don't clean. Radiation in it is heavy. Half of what they call global warming is due to radiation, which is released by heavy oil burning.
Well, that's another revelation. We know we're getting closer to the sun, so we're getting warmer step by step, but he said this marine oil is releasing quite a bit of, as you burn it, it's releasing quite a 50%, didn't you say? Of the global warming on this planet is caused by this sort of burning this material. And they're huge polluters. And of course, this will change when we allow the ships to basically float above the water with these new systems like the hovering car. You won't need the oil to burn anymore. But does anyone know why it's worth billions in the hand of someone who knows how to play with it?
He told you right there, the amino acids. That's food.
And also, you can actually convert it into many things. You see, what I was trying to get at, the sun, we're getting closer to the sun, so we're going to receive a lot of that quote unquote magnetic fields / radiation.
Aren't we from the aurora and the other X flares? Isn't this what's happening?
Wait, so if we were able to find a way to convert it to the use at that stage, then we can survive. But since we cannot, we might not be able to adapt. Now, it seems to me, because everything is made up of magnetic fields, the knowledge of radiation what we have that is harmful to us is because it's closest to the two magnetic field interacting at that point where there's no inertia. So it's actually much more heavier for us to convert. But Mr. Keshe said, if you are able to understand that magnetic field and radiation are the same, you can be able to survive at that radiation. That is how I understood it. I don't know if you guys understood it the same way.
Anyone?
Ike, the last, I think, couple of sentences I missed what you were saying. Can you repeat more like the last part there?
Well, I was trying to put everything together because my strategy with this knowledge is to tie everything together to see how to simplify and make sense. Radiation and magnetic fields are the same, but one is harmful to us, and the reason why is it harmful because we're not able to convert it. And Mr. Keshe was giving us knowledge like the same radiation is going on in your body, the same radiation is coming out from the sun, the same radiation is coming out from that plant. But how is it that the one from the sun, we're not able to be harmful to us at this stage where, but when we get closer to the sun, it becomes harmful. And then he used the analogy, when you rub when you sharpen a knife, the same emission, they are not the same. The ones closest to where you are rubbing, the two friction, that's still radiation, magnetic field. It's reacting. It's different strength from the one coming out and dropping on the floor. So I'm putting everything together to say that radiation and magnetic fields are pretty much the same, but it's just about the conversion, how we convert it to make it much more useful. Now, the marine oil, Mr. Keshe said that it's worth much more because it's right there at the center. Everything is coming together. So they're interacting. They're at the point to where it's heavier there. So if it's much more valuable that because you can convert it because everything is coming, it's like a funnel. Everything is coming down to a point to where it becomes, if you convert it, it can get into, you know how you have the oil fractional distillation, you can convert it into many products. So that's the essence of what I was saying.
Thank you. That was very insightful. Good. The other thing, I mean, it seems that we have a huge strength And when you say we can't convert it, it's almost like it's just too powerful for us to match.
And not necessarily, we just don't have the knowledge. We can do that in a vacuum chamber, like Mr. K said, our body does that. So either we squeeze our neck, turn, there has to be a technique. And another thing Mr. Kesh said that was very profound for me, when we chew food, we are setting up the stage for the cancer and for the other food to process. Now, he said, try and chew water.
Yes.
And I've been trying to do that, and I don't know the type of emotion I'm getting, but at the same time, it becomes sensitive. It makes me think like, okay, it's two knives sharpening together. It has some kind of effect on my it's like sensitivity. You know how when your teeth is sensitive, it rubs to me in that, and it makes me want to stop. But that is hydrogen and carbon. And Mr. K said that's one-way access for elevation. So all these things are tied together.
Yeah, I've tried chewing a bit myself.
Me
and
too.
it does cause, and he said it's a way to get access to the creator and the knowledge of creation. But I'm just noting when he talks about the free plasma to release. So that's the power for the soul also.
Let's just finish up. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Let's
I think
finish this
that
clip.
is right. Mr. Kesh can certainly make use of all of this, and it would be something to be given to mankind instead of pain. Hopefully, it would be more pleasure.
And of course, viruses are energy packages, and this has helped us to transmute and to progress in a way. So they're not all bad. We just need to understand which ones to work with or the strength of them and so on and so forth. So there's a lot here, but he'll simplify it so that we'll understand it. But our leading scientists have not understood the creation of it or how to handle it and its value. We've always been scared of radiation, but it's, again, something our body uses on a very regular basis.
And it comes from interaction of the fields of its material as is loosened up is a freer plasma to release. Now you understand how mankind has got himself entangled in a false knowledge, in a false understanding, but where reality is sits literally in our hand.
Okay, I think we'll stop it there. There were so many more clips about John and his levitation that he did. Maybe we should cover, or let's check in with Alex. Are you ready to go at this point, Alex? We're going to do the Dome of Peace, but I also wanted to show the power unit. What would you like?
You call me in when you're ready.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go what Mr. Keshe has shown in these power units. I'm just looking for the clip here, or where I had, again, he mentioned the plastics about handling, again, they're worth a lot in creation in the next cycle of life, he said, if you know how to work with that, or again, the carbon and the hydrogen. But I'm just looking for where this, well, actually, you know what I'll do? I'll just scroll the workshop ahead a little bit until we see the, okay, I think we'll go to, and I did have it marked, 306. So we're going to bring this down to 306, somewhere around there. And I think for this part, perhaps we'll bring up on the screen the actual pictures of what he was saying. So I guess we don't even really need the transcript here. let's bring over our workshop, and we'll just expand that a little bit. And again, there was so much in this workshop. We're at 3:06. He's looking for the picture. Mm-hmm.
You remember this?
Yes.
Yes.
You seen the size of it? Now this is what has become one of these black boxes.
There's 3 power units there.
Development in technology.
Gas and electric.
And this suitcase is what's going to hit you in the market. Even maybe it's smaller than this, but in a much better packaging. It will look fancy. It's not that we sat down doing nothing. Technology development takes time. 2 years. And what you see here is shows Chinese leadership, military, and the rest, and the government. The manure has hit the fan for the energy people, hasn't it? Would you like this in your house? Or would you like this in your house? And it's not one, it's 3 of them. And this is where, when you supply, what are you going to do with it? Miniaturize it or use it the same? This is literally when we finish with this, maybe we have a couple of months to complete it, there'll be that oasis system which Rick was showing. Gas, energy, and the water from the same box. When you have enough energy and you can connect it to give you enough energy to eat or whatever, would you like to be that Austrian guy not going to work? Why should I? Everything is given to me. Can we add in the mixture of the water and the gas, which you think you're breathing or you're burning with, a mixture that gives you moral satisfaction? Now, you can see the change, what is about to come. As I said, we have placed it in locations that if anything happened to me, get released, the world of energy, all these Rothschild family are all up the smoke. Now you understand the power of the technology and what is about to hit us with. And if you look, it's sending me pictures and pictures again. Let me just take a picture from what he just sent. Thank you very much, Dane. This is from the photos that Dane, as a photographer of the Keshe Foundation, has taken over years. If you look at this new picture, where are you? You saw the other 3 pictures, other 2 pictures. Now, if I add this picture to the set, What you see here, if I open it, you see the gas unit, the CO2 unit, and energy unit. You see the refrigerator next to it and the lights, if you remember. Now, this is what it was on the gas and the other one. This is the communication unit of the same thing. But what you saw, what's in this box, is what you see here. All in one box. You tell me why we produce CO2. I mean, you showed, if you remember, that up here is a CO2 gauge detector. Why do we show? What has this got to do with this? Do you remember how water is created? Combination of those three technologies in one of these suitcases gives you the water, the energy, and the gas. Which the gas is not for burning, gas is for mixture of different lead to give you as a plasma energy for your food and medicine. This is a truly God-created system. But man doesn't understand. As the guy, one of the top guys in the government told us, just show us it burns for 7 days. That's all we are interested in. Your ignorance is your bliss. And then, if you understand how the system in this works, and I put this into it, you decide you want an apple, the system produces the energy of the apple through the gas, through the water, you drink it. We are true scientists and understand the working.
Okay, so it looks like there'll be a combination of the headphones and one of these power units, not only, again, to be able to feed you and mixing these things together, the elevation of the soul, many, many things are coming together in such a beautiful way. And he did mention this about putting a system like this in where these fires are in LA, that people would be able to breathe in the energy they needed without them even seeing a system. So perhaps this is one of those new cities in a way, or what he had referred to as the plasma cities, or what name he used in the past about this, where there'll be no hospitals, there'll be no grocery stores, and there'll be no power plants as well. Imagine taking this out into an area where there's no wires and there's off-grid, as they call it. You'll certainly be able to sustain yourself in a very, very beautiful way. Or if you're in the cities as well. So it's going to start with these smaller units and then go into the bigger power production. So as he said, it won't be easy. There's these cartels in the food industry and the energy industry and other different cartels that are going to put up some resistance. But as we say, I think, or as Mr. Keshe has said, we're well seasoned for this work. And again, this is not the first time this has gone on. So there's much, much to explore within this workshop, and every workshop in a way, the Oasis system, as he said. The gas unit is beautiful, converting the oil. It's just so many things. As he said in the last workshop, when you understand the totality, it's very easy to teach this. But I haven't gotten to the totality of the matter. And for a moment, let's just, if we can, we'll switch over to X, and hopefully many of you have decided to sign up for this platform. And again, we're hearing what we saw in this workshop was this picture here with the red circled. And if you want to read the post, The Truth About the Iranian Nuclear Bomb Capability in Netanyahu from an Iranian nuclear physicist. Netanyahu lied to the world and Americans brought sanctions on Iran. Now USA is making threats of war. again, to lose more Iranian lives than American soldiers. You can see the whole post here about what Mr. Keshe said about this and how the former administration hid the report from the International Atomic Agency. This was actually a reactor for peace, not to create nuclear weapons and so on. So we encourage you all to sign up for the X platform and follow Mr. Keshe. And he did say those power units wouldn't need, I think in the post, and I can't find it right now, but Jackie found it yesterday. He didn't see that one, but he did find it, where he said it'll be less, those power units that we just looked at, less than $200, didn't need to be recharged for 20 or 30 years. In 10 years or a decade, they'll replace the internal combustion engine, and immediately they'll start replacing the car batteries. So I think Elon Musk has gotten a direct sense of what's going on, and even Wells Fargo, I noticed, put a headline in one of the things didn't read the article, but they said what Wells Fargo Bank, that is, and it must be one of their people who look into these things, and was talking about Tesla, saying that with all the problems it's running into, that the stock price may drop 70%. Of course, that could be just a rumor. Maybe he's not on the inside track, or they're trying to cause a stampede, but it certainly is in line with what Mr. Keshe has been saying for over a year, that we'd give Tesla $1 for their car company. But as he said, Elon Musk is quite up on this, and he's very flexible, so he knows what has to be done, and I think he'll be doing it. As far as switching over and creating the hovering car, as Mr. Keshe said, we'll take the carcass of the electric car, take the battery, take the wheels off it, and a few other things, any sort of drivetrain, and this will be where these reactors will be retrofitted into wheel wells or into shock absorber positions. And then, because you obviously, if you're hovering, I don't think you need shock absorbers in a car anymore. So the price will come down, and there'll probably be options for feeding as well in this new hovering car, if that's the way it goes. But we'll have to see. But it's all looking very, very positive. And the Chinese are coming in with quite an extensive line of standard electric cars. But this will, as Mr. Keshe had said in the past, we're going to leapfrog over the electric car. And this is what you're seeing here. So if you found that post, I don't know if anyone's on there where you could find this, but it is there what he said about the cost of $200. It would weigh 22 or 22, I think it's 10 kilograms, so that would be 22 pounds, and it wouldn't need to be recharged for 20 to 30 years. So this is right on the table today. It's not something that somebody has to build or understand it. So if you can, join the X platform, start following Mr. Keshe. I don't know the full use of this, but I have joined it, and I'm following, I think I'm following Elon Musk, and I'm following Mr. Keshe. And it's very easy to do. It's simple to do. It doesn't cost you anything to sign up on the X platform. So hopefully all of you will start following, and some of these 100 or 200 million people that have come through the Keshe Foundation website will also start following, because this is again the pinnacle of science and technology on this planet. And as Mr. Keshe said, where I go, the technology goes, or the knowledge goes. Any thoughts or comments, or did someone want to bring in something? We'll go to the Keshe Foundation store for a moment. And of course, this is where the beef is, if you want to put it that way, or where products are made that actually do work, and not made by half doctors who really haven't understood the technology. Even though we're, again, not discouraging you from testing, he's actually encouraging you for testing. So we need to understand both the matter state and the energy state, but until our souls are elevated a little bit more, perhaps a lot more, we'll just be able to use the products within the Keshe Foundation store, which are made and overseen by Mr. Keshe. So most of these products, as he said, I tested on myself first and then you get it. So you can, in a way, trust, even though they do have some trouble sometimes in getting things out, the one I've been working with. So, and this is another great story that we heard this past week from one of the knowledge seekers. And I think it had to do, let me just go back up here and we'll get the whole gamut here. Hopefully this is all the products. And if we go down, what was being shared was the mask for migraines. And the person said that the father of the children was having migraine headaches since they were 7 years old, even though they're not close anymore, they're still friends. And so the knowledge seeker decided to buy the migraine mask or cap for her friend or the father of the children. And he started using the mask. He's had migraines since he was 7 years old. And I'm still trying to locate it. You know, this is the eye mask, but I think, I'm not sure if that was the one. But anyway, the migraine mask, again, this is the full mask. I think this is the beauty mask. And one of them, anyway, was for migraines. And the person had migraines since they were 7 years old, and they've reported that there's no more migraines. So what a beautiful gift to give someone. I don't think they've stopped taking any medications or anything else they were using to deal with that. But the migraines through the mask of the Keshe Foundation have disappeared. Yeah, here it is. Keshe Gans Migraine Ice Cap, $69.99, and it alleviated a world or a lifetime of suffering. And it changed something within the dimension of physicality that that person no longer has migraines. So what a gift for a very inexpensive $69.99 plus the value added tax. So this is how powerful these products are within the Keshe Foundation store. And there's many, many to choose from, and I think there'll be many more added to it. The one I've been working with is the Nutrigans, and today will be the 10th day that I've only had one meal. And you say, ooh, that's got to be painful. No, there's been no pain, and I'm not going to go through any pain to experience this. My stomach has felt full. Again, I started maybe 8 months ago doing intermittent fasting. And then I was waiting for these to come in, and I had a nice experience with them in the last transmutation test, where I held this in my hand along with the microphone and held on to the cosmic ray bundle, and my mouth was really salivating a lot with the plasmatic water. So I've, again, I'm not going to push it past the 2 meals. We're going to let the energy balance out within the body. But what I am going to do is increase, again, this is the 4th week. And so I started out by holding them in my hand. The 2nd week, I put them on top of the cosmic ray bundle and just wore the headphones for 30 minutes, morning, noon, and night. And then the 3rd week, I put them in a glass of distilled water and allowed the energies to transfer, as we just heard with the Oasis system, or that gas unit, and then drank the water or made coffee with it. But it's just amazing, and I don't think I'm trying really, really hard for this to happen. And I'm not saying that my experience will be your experience. It's the same in the transmutation sessions. What you experience, I may not experience exactly in the same way. But a very powerful system, and I think it's working quite well. I've lost a couple of kilos. I'd probably maybe 5 kilos overweight, if you would call it that, but I'm not really overweight. And it's working out quite well. So what I'm going to do now is keep it at the 1 meal a day, but I'm going to increase the contact time with these vials. Again, one is for fruit, which I have in the morning. One is for herbs, which I use in the afternoon. and then one at night for the protein. And then there's a fourth one, which I'll start introducing more, even though I've played with it a little bit, the veggie one. So between the combination of all of these, you should be able to, again, we're just testing and experimenting, and I'm in the very, very early stages of it. But what I'm going to do is increase the contact time from 30 to 45 minutes and see if that makes any sort of difference. But it's certainly cut down my need to go to the grocery store. I probably have the same amount of energy or perhaps a little bit more. But again, it's not so much of the feeding, which we do need to learn that, but it's moving away from the killing and destroying other creatures, which I still have plenty of them in my freezer, so to speak. So I just thought I'd share that. Anyone playing with anything in the store they'd like to share with us? And that was another little secret. He said if your pain pen wasn't working, wrap it in the pain pad for 10 minutes and it should work. So that was another thing. But there's many, many products in here for you to test and to work with. I think making some of these things yourself, yes, you can try, but it's just beyond our understanding. As he said in the couple workshops ago, he's hidden this understanding of inertia and bending of the magnetic fields for 10 years in the teaching. He hasn't wanted you to know about this for some reason. Maybe because we're not mature enough for it. But you certainly can access the product. Again, do you get upset that you can't make your own cell phone? No, you just go out and spend $100 or $1,000 and get another one. So it's the same with the store here. Until he decides, as he said, there's techniques to bending magnetic fields, and 2025 will be part of that process of learning more for the knowledge seekers. Whether they can attain the effectiveness of these products, again, it may take a little bit more understanding. But for me, the Nutrigans is working out quite well, and I'm just in training. Again, I haven't, if I'm training for a 26-mile marathon, I haven't really run around the block yet without stopping. So I'm just in the early stages of it. But as I shared with you, the story of the ice cap and the Nutrigans, they're quite effective. Anyone else have a story from products out of the Keshe Foundation store? And of course, this is one of the ways of keeping the Keshe Foundation free. As Mr. Keshe said, you can support in any shape or form you desire. So there's many ways to support the Keshe Foundation, and one of them, of course, is to participate in the upcoming transmutation tests. There's clothing, there's cups for sweetness, there's many, even little coasters here that you can use. This is a peace token, but there's another one that they had coasters and so on. So there's very inexpensive products within the Keshe Foundation store, and there's some very expensive products within the Keshe Foundation store. This was the one I think he was talking about. Let's just, where he showed the headphones, maybe it's back up here. Again, I don't see it right away. And here was the picture from the previous workshop, again, about absorbing energies from the environment, from the universe, and so on. Feeding the soul feeds the soul of physicality and the physicality. So we're learning this, as he said, before we release you into space. So many beautiful products in the store. If you have the funds to support the Keshe Foundation, this is another way of keeping, again, the Keshe Foundation free. Yeah, here's the 4 of them here. And of course, a couple workshops ago, we went into quite a bit of detail. And even Mr. Keshe himself has said he's, and I know he said that when he was in Sanya about the gold and everything, about making gold and selling it. He said, what am I going to do? Eat another meal? He said, I'm already overweight, so he doesn't need to eat any more meals. But he said he's been playing. Again, I don't know exactly what he's been doing, but he lost 25 kilos in the last 8 months, or I guess since he's been in China. So he may have had a visit to the tailor, perhaps, to sort of fashion his outerwear. Any thoughts, any comments from anyone? Encourage you to try one of these products in the store or to give it as a gift, which a life of suffering with migraines, not even able to go to work, the person is reporting they're free of migraine. And that is a devastating pain to have to deal with. As I've never had a migraine that I'm aware of, but I've had headaches, but these are like super headaches and they just debilitate you. So what a beautiful gift of someone that they were close to at one time, but now they're not, they're close, but they're not together. All right, we need to go to the Dome of Peace. This is part of the work of ourselves as knowledge seekers to use, again, the energies that are being opened up to us in a way. Let me just share the screen properly. I guess I am. Okay, so this is something you can join us with. As we say, we're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. We're very familiar with operating in the matter state. Now we're starting to become more familiar in a way, or realizing that we are operating in the energy state in many different ways. The transmutation of energy to feed ourselves, we're all doing it unaware. 80% of your energy is coming in that way. You have a daydream, that's an energy dimension. You have a night dream, another work of the soul dimension. So we are operating in the energy dimension more than we give ourselves credit for. You think of someone and all of a sudden in a day or two, they may call you. This is a zero-time communication. So we're doing it a lot, even though we call it a coincidence or we call it a dream or, you know, something else. We're definitely in the dimension, and this is our true nature, this non-physical dimension. We're going to change physicalities, but we're not going to so much change the energy dimension. Perhaps maturing with it. As he said, we're star seeds from the inception of the soul to the creation of the star. And then even when the star is gone, maybe it goes to a different level of maturity and continues its process. If the creator is still learning and there's levels above the creator, I think we have a ways to mature. And this is all a step-by-step process. And he was quite thankful to all of the knowledge seekers who've supported the Keshe Foundation over the past years with your tests and everything, and how you stood by us as steady as a rock. So thank you all for all the things you've done in the background. He said you're not aware of it, but in the coming time, and this is just in the last workshop, you'll realize or understand your position as knowledge seekers. So maybe we'll be all becoming some sort of ambassadors of this plasma science in a way. Or there's so many other areas you can work in, from contamination to feeding to, again, working with the transportation end of it, and so on and so forth. So let's just go to creating our Dome of Peace. Any questions from anyone? Any thoughts you'd like to share? And this is a very simple process that goes on every day if you choose. It all depends on what you'd like. First step is, of course, releasing the GANS waters, which we all understand. I think everyone here has been here before. And then the second step is using the power of the soul to bring the change, to elevate the soul of the planet, as well as the religious and political leaders on this planet.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this, Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer? With a nice voice. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time, every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, anyone have any questions about the first step in creating the Dome of Peace? The Chinese have been doing it for a decade, and other language communities are doing it. Nobody's keeping track whether you're doing it or not, but it's up to you. And again, you don't have to do it just once a week. You can do it many, many times a week, releasing Gans waters. Now we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is the power of the soul. If you have any thoughts or questions, please open your mic. Okay, thank you.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta. So I think we all know what we need to do, and let's use the power of the soul to bring the change. We can see the change. The door is opening as the American administration is going to be working with the Iranian and the others. So we're seeing the change happening right before our eyes. But again, as Mr. Keshe said, this is not a day job. And it's going to take a lot to elevate these leaders, religious leaders, and the rest of it. So we don't give up. We continue in this process. And let's just take about 2.5 minutes to do this. And it's very simple. You can do it multiple times a day. You can join with the Brazilian team in a formal meeting if you'd like, keshebrazil.com, and find out more about that language community group and how they've been so steadfast and continuing on. I think this is what Mr. Keshe was saying about supporting and following through on the work. But again, we're enlightening ourselves by doing this as well and discovering our inner energies that we weren't really aware of and the power of it. And I know we have a much, much further to go with it. So let's just take 2.5 minutes if we can. If I can just bring up my little stopwatch here, and we'll just take 2.5 minutes. Again, the beauty of this whole process is nobody fails this test. So don't say you're not worthy enough or you know, this is not in your nature to do. It is in your nature to do, and you are fully capable of doing this. So we don't let that sort of drift in and block us in so many ways. So let's just take 2.5 minutes and then we'll go to Alex, which I know we've all been waiting for. So let's start now. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. And it's so easy. You can be driving the car, making dinner, and so on and so forth, even probably talking to someone else on the telephone, because Mr. Keshe said the physicality is not involved in this process. It's the energy dimension we're working with, which we're so unfamiliar with, but we're getting more familiar day by day. So let's continue it as shown by the Brazilian team and the others until we see the permanent peaceful condition of this planet. So thank you all for your continued participation. Alex, if you're ready to come in and play the disclaimer and share with us what you've prepared, we thoroughly welcome you and thank you for your presence.
And thank you for delivering the whole team here. Let's get this business out of the way, shall we?
Herein is meant to promote the general Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today.
I think you need to share the screen. We're seeing KFSSI host.
Yes. Oh,
I do that quite often, as you've observed. And there it is. Okay.
and there it is, the wrong screen, right? How about now?
There, that's the one you're looking for, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here. A beautiful Sunday afternoon, at least in my neck of the woods. I hope it's a harbinger of things to come. Here we are in 2025, and it's we've been going at this thing for quite a while, and we may be starting to harvest. This is what we need to do. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We've been discussing basic inertia. Today's topic is contention. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is January the 19th, 2025. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we have been carrying on for several years here and trying to condense the information, but also to move ahead. And then somehow we have to maintain a link to be able to help newcomers try and find that path so that they can literally catch up to a lot of us who've been around for a long time. And we can do this physically. And we're going to discuss a lot of that today because we're discussing contention. But we can speed up the whole process by doing it plasmatically. So the question then becomes, do we really understand what the difference is? So the problem that we're having here is that our beds are burning. That becomes a point of contention, doesn't it? And that contention revolves around race, religion, war, competition. And we're wondering, while this is going on, is anybody sleeping? Is it really possible to have contentment? And so when we talk about races, one of the races that has come up again has been the race to the moon. And as we see, the different planets have different number of moons. And we get to Mars that has 2 and Earth has 1 when you compare it to Jupiter, which has a total of 92. And you say, well, is that the race that they're talking about? Because since we have 1, we're in contention. And if you look at Venus and Mercury, they don't have any, so they're out of contention. Is that what we mean? Or are we having a race? A race maybe between camels, or maybe between birds, or actually, is it a race between camels and birds? I'm not sure. It's some kind of competition, and so you're welcome to place your bets. We all like to take gambles, right? And of course, these sports are governed by kings. That's why they call them the sport of kings, where the animals get treated like royalty. Even the athletes get treated like royalty. Do we call the animals athletes? Well, it all depends on how you look at it. The point of the matter is, all of this is a contention for bragging rights. So there you go. Now you have something tangible. But there's another kind of competition that's out there, and it involves tainted love. Is love really a competition? That the battle between the man and the woman, and if that battle is prolonged, then it turns to divorce. So divorce could certainly be a point of contention. And so there was a song, and it seems to be about a loving person, and loving a person who doesn't really love her back, but is needy. So he strings her along and just takes and takes and takes until she is all used up. And she wants out because of all of the pain. And this is the pain that he is causing her, but the love is still there pulling her back. And so that's what tainted love is, so they say. And what's pulling us back is we're stuck on the hesitancy highway, you see. And that's the lowest energy state, and we're very comfortable with it. But there's a lot of people that are blocking, and we ask our question, who is in the way? And who is in whose way? And as we're driving along, we need a good cup holder. And in the plasma science, we call them the cups of life. And we have to stay on track, right? But is life the cup of trophies? Is life the contention for trophies? Is that what life is all about? And as we're searching for the meaning of life, and we have to search for outer space, and we're contending in the battle to find
Alex?
Oh.
Yes. Can I interrupt you for a minute? We're seeing KFSSI host EN on the screen for some reason. I don't know why, but it's blocking a small part of your presentation. Just to let you know, I think we can continue with it, but that is something I hadn't seen before.
Yeah, it's very large letters.
Please.
It's on top of, can't read the word.
Yeah, it says outer space. It's covering
Yeah.
up into outer space. That first line, it says KFSSI host EN.
Search for is underneath. Yeah.
Just to let you know, I think we can deal with it, or we can pause the recording and correct it. That's not a problem either. Or you can continue on.
It's totally blocking the screen.
I think we'll just work with it, Alex. It's not a major problem. But I didn't want you to see the recording and then say, how come nobody said that this was on the screen?
Exactly. How is it looking now?
Same.
Still there.
Well, I thought I had everything settled, so let's
you'll see what we mean when you review the recording, but it's not a big enough problem to interfere with your beautiful teaching.
Yes, it is.
It depends. Yeah, it does block quite a few words, but
are you going to try to reshare?
How are we doing?
Still there. trying to figure what could that be.
It'd be amazing, Gail, if it's not on the recording, but it's in the live presentation.
Looks like it's a layer on top of it. 'Cause
Yeah,
when he switched back out, that's all you've seen on the screen, and then his other presentation come behind it, like.
and it's very large letters too. That's the part. Yeah, I wonder if you can shift it to the left.
It's an
maybe.
overlay. Looks like an overlay, what they call an overlay.
I love Zoom.
I used to be a huge fan of this program. And so,
Alex, isn't that something you can drag down?
Yeah.
no, because on my presentation screen, it doesn't show up. It only shows up in your side. And so I'm not sure what it is that is causing the problem.
And that didn't happen before when you were testing. So this is, again, maybe two. You said you're running 3 systems, so maybe 2 are not.
No.
Alex, at the top, very, very top, you'll see the word meeting, and then you see KFSSI host EN screen. And when I click on the 3 dots, it's saying hide active speaker panel. I don't know if that's anything. Maybe you don't have that at the top of your screen.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Okay, just a moment.
Alex, I can very easily pause recording and then we can resume.
Sure. It is.
Okay, I'm going to pause. Done.
And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for that interruption. As you see, we're still searching for outer space. We're just having trouble with our own little space here. And so the contention that we're talking about today is contending in the battle to find this plasma highway to our pie in the sky. And it's not something that we can do in the physicality, but we keep trying to do it in the physicality, don't we? And it's we're relentless in that pursuit. And so Mr. Keshe has written books. Number 1 is The Universal Order of the Creation of Matter. And we bring together 3 energy fields, the matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And then, of course, where did they come from? And so in book number 2, the structure of the light. And so what that means is that there was a matter, and there was another matter, and somehow one came to the other. And then, of course, there's book number 3, which kind of goes right back to the whole thing, the origin of the universe. So now that we have that matter, it seems to break up into other 2 matter states. But are they matter states or are they plasma states? And what is the difference? So when we look at the coming together of the one planet, one nation, one for justice and world peace, we see that Rick Crammond and the members of the Universal Council are trying to, for 361 weeks in a row, bring peace to this planet. So peace is a concept, and it's not something that is that you can put your hands on it. You can put your hands on a piece of pie, but when we're starting to talk about concepts, then we have to look at it from a different point of view. And so as we're governing our life, we follow these commandments. And we find that, ironically, we've had 10 commandments to follow. And of course, it's very important to understand that, thou shalt not kill is a very important one, but there are another 14. So altogether, it's 14. And what is the difference that we're talking about? So we're trying to get on the plasma highway, but there are other highways, and each of these highways has a energy strength. And so when we look at the combination of the energies that are contained in there, and if we itemize them in something that we can quantify, let's say, when we look at the plasma highway, we have carbon-16 and carbon-8, and if we add those up, we come up with carbon-24. And then, of course, there's a transmission highway. Now, it only has carbon-12, which tells you quite clearly that you're only seeing half the picture, because 12 and 12 is 24, and the 12 that you're seeing is part of the physical state. The 12 that you're not seeing is part of the plasmatic state. And so that transmission has to be present in both states. We know that because when we go to the transition highway, we have them both, the 14 and the carbon-10, and that's 24. It is from the transition state that we can decide which way we're going to go. And so to get to the transmutation highway, which is the highest energy state, we get our carbon-24, so we have our, shall we say, our common ground, but this ground is really elevated. And how far are we elevating this ground? Well, we have cornerstones in the universe that guide us. So you can pick your position and you can pick your corner. And as the wrestlers say, well, in the blue corner and then in the red corner, and then we find that the universe is rotating. So you have to ask yourself, which corner is the red corner? And if you're quick enough, maybe you can see where the red is. But if you're not quick enough, then it gets blurred. And so we don't see any corners. Everything is kind of round. So to understand the difference between the transmission, transition, and transmutation, we have to see the amalgamation of the carbon as a one-track ratio. So in the transmission, the 12 in the physicality and the 12 in the plasma state has a ratio of 1:1. But in the transition state, you've got the carbon-14 to the carbon-10 is a 1.4:1. And then when you go to the transmission state, the transmutation, excuse me, it's ratio 2:1, carbon-16 to carbon-8. So you still have the carbon-24 as a balance, but the ratio has changed. And so when you change that ratio, you change the energy. And so we find that what we're talking about is the change in field strength. And so when we look at this field strength in its manifestation, in terms of its plasma orientation, we can have an inertia field. In terms of its physical orientation, we can have an inertia field. And so in order to have this inertia field, it has to come together from a contention of two other fields. And it is a contention. They are vying for position in that inertia field. And once they get into that inertia, then it either is the transmission state or the transition state. Or it's the transition state or the transmutation state. And so, well, wait a second. I have two transition dimensions. One that comes from the transmission and one that goes to the transmutation. And this becomes very important to understand because when we look at the basic math and we see, okay, well, if we're just looking at the manifestation of one state where 1 and 1 is greater than 2, and we say that because it's not like you take everything that you have and you put it in the bag and now you have it in the bag. The two that are feeding dimensions remain. And now you have a product, which is the feedback dimension on the other side, which is literally the inertia field. And so that becomes your feedback dimension. So the cause of the feedback is the feeding. And you have to have a feedback because when do you start the feeding? When do you stop the feeding? And who exactly are you feeding? So all this is the action of the feeding, but it doesn't tell you where it's going. And you are the observer. And so you have the opportunity to absorb this energy or not. And so you are in a different dimension. And that's what's important to understand, because the whole feeding process is a Maggrav energy transfer state. And when we say Maggrav energy, it's a balance between the magnetical gravitational fields. That's what it means, not the conventional Maggrav, which we were assembling for energy, but what we're talking about is the conservation of energy. And we understand that we have an atomic state and a nanostate and a GaN state. Each state is an order of magnitude in energy higher, order being 10 times. And so we see the relationship on each state. And so we have a balance in the GaN state from the one side to the other side of the equation. But that is not the only criteria that you have to look at. You have to understand that you can go from state to state. In other words, you can go from the GaN state of one to the nanostate of the other. And it would balance out. Well, how is it possible if one energy state has 10 times the energy of the other energy state? That doesn't seem to be very balanced. But when we look at the junction of the plasma energy, we see that there is a transition matter. And in order to manifest that transition matter, we have to put it in a transfer state. That transfer state becomes an inertia field. Now, from that inertia field, we can transition to another transition matter state. So therefore, the plasma junction is where we have the inertia field that we create one track, and then we have the inertia field that creates another track. And so there have to be two inertia fields that are part of the transition because they're feeding the three dimensions that we call transmission, transition, and transmutation. So three energy states, two transition states in between, and there has to be a balance. And this is how the universe is created, because it exists from energy. And so when we talk about plasma science, we have to understand that energy is always in motion. And so when we talk about the charge, we know that the energy is positive, but the charge is the direction of motion. It's a positive or negative motion. And all things are working in combination because they go from, and then they go to, and then they go back again. So it's a two-way street. And wherever we go, if we want to do a manifestation, it's a creation of matters, the bringing together of the matter, the dark matter, and the antimatter. So by the conservation of the Maggrav energy states, we find that we can not only transition from one matter state to another matter state, but we can transition in between energy states. So this becomes very, very important. But what happens in the physical state is that the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, may become a point of conflict. And it becomes a point of contention. And so we have a choice to make it a point of contention, or we can make it a binding zone. And sometimes when we bind things, they don't get along. So in the plasma rule, things always get along. And the reason is because whatever is chosen to go into the binding zone is compatible to both of them. So there is no contention. So what we see sometimes as a point of confrontation with two forces coming together may be carrying contentious issues. But these issues can be resolved so that we don't have conflict. And to resolve them, then these can become a point of containment. So the inertia field, which is the point of containment, does not have to be a point of confrontation. However, we understand that this inertia point is a binding of energy for self-serving purposes. And too many of us are doing it at the expense of others. And you say, well, why are you doing it at the expense of others when you're getting it from the lowest energy state and you're denying that you're getting it from the higher energy state and you don't even have to do anything? But when you steal from others, then the others have a diminished resource. And then they may choose to have a contentious issue with you. So that contentious issue can be resolved in many ways. So one of the ways we like to resolve contentious issues is through, say, sports. Another way is through war, and another way is through dialogue. But sometimes that dialogue is also at the expense of others. So when we come to this relationship junction, we see that the scientific community does not necessarily work together with the spiritual community because there are gaps in the knowledge. And so it's the responsibility of the plasma science to add to the knowledge. And since the science in the plasma state operates at orders of magnitude higher than in the physical state, then we can change the rate of change. And even that we can accelerate. So acceleration really changes the whole thing. And it may change the whole issue, the contentious issue of, I don't want to change. I like things to be the same. Well, do we? So we created the cups of life because they showed us that in the monatomic science process, we can create ganses. Each of us was able to do this. So we created emotional strength and physical strength in our cups of life. But we also learned that we could produce other ganses. And so each of these ganses becomes part of a radiance manifestation. That manifestation is an inertia field, but it's of a higher energy state. So the inertia fields are not simply the bringing down of energy, the taking of two higher energies and bringing them down, where the higher energy feeds the lower energy, but they can be the amalgamation of lower fields and bringing it to the higher field. It's a two-way street. So the inertia fields are a two-way street. But when we're talking about Gans manifestation, we're talking about the radiance. And the radiance means it's magnetical. When we bring it down to a lower energy state, it means it's gravitational. So we are in that lower energy state, and we don't really acknowledge that we get fed by the sun. We know the plants get fed by the sun, so we harvest the plants to feed us. That's pretty good. So if the plants are depending on that energy coming from the sun, don't you think we are getting our energy from the sun? So, you know, when we're talking about this feeding, and we say, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, and that's all it is about me, and me at the expense of others. And this is where we're off track. We don't understand that our existence is a combination of the emotional field and the physical field. And so when we had the two cups, we could create the cup of man. But that was one cup that was created from two cups. So the cup of man is a cup of inertia. And then if we add the cup of soul, we have now increased the field strength of the cup of inertia to include the cup of the soul, the cup of the emotion, the cup of the physicality. And we manifest our physicality. But you know what? We have the cup of the universe. And the cup of the universe is in our brain. And that is a field that is able to manifest these various ganses. And these ganses allow us to manifest in the physicality. So the physicality becomes a product of the inertia of the mind. But the inertia of the mind is not just the left and right hemisphere, but it also involves the soul of the man. But the soul of the man cannot manifest if it doesn't have a place to manifest to. So it has to combine with the soul of the earth. Now, when you have a place to manifest, we have the soul of the physicality, which is another inertia field, another inertia manifestation. And at that point, we can manifest into the physicality. But wait a second, we still need to manifest somewhere in the physicality. Okay, because the soul of the man, the soul of the physicality can formalize an inertia manifestation in the soul of the earth. But we can't manifest into the physicality until the soul of the earth, with the soul of the physicality of the earth, manifested into the physicality of the earth. And so we have to have this crossover and this compatibility. And then we find, well, the earth has already done this. And so it has its own grand central station where it brings in all the ganses. And all these ganses have different attributes, and they have different densities, and they are unique, and they are visible, and they are specific. And in order, if you want to be specific, then you need to isolate. So that isolation we call prejudice. So the Earth space range details such as carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen are all specific details, and they all become part of the prejudicial process of isolating them on the periodic table of elements. So we are not elementary. We are a combination of a whole raft of these elements. And why not? The Earth is the same way. So when we're bringing this principal matter, these PM ticks, which are magnetical, and arriving on the Earth, which is gravitational, we are combining these forces into a force field, and we have to dilute them. We have to bring them all together, the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen, and converge them into an inertia field, which we call a maggrav. But that maggrav is in the plasma state. and it needs to go somewhere. And so, as we said, it has to interact with the maggrav of the Earth. Now you have another inertia field that comes together, and now you have your physicality. So that means in the matter plasma dimensions, there's a physical dimension where you can touch it and feel it, and there's a plasmatic dimension. I'm sorry, you can't touch it and you can't see it, but they work together, where one is the feeding and one is the feedback. So when we're looking at the feedback, that means we have the gravitational conformation. And one of the most important things that we need in the beginning was the hydrogen. And so it manifests a color, which was its unique fingerprint. And it came together from the magnetical field of the sun interacting with the magnetical field of the earth, interacting with the magnetical field of the universe, coming together, and on a one track being very specific, making a gravitational destination, a gravitational conformation, that's hydrogen. And what's really interesting is that you can get that conformation anywhere in the universe, because that is a very unique fingerprint. And then we also have another unique fingerprint, and that is oxygen. And it has confirmed itself gravitationally the same way. And it has similarly a fingerprint, but different from hydrogen. So we have an oxygen fingerprint. And when these two come together, well, they create water. And this is the fundamental thing about the Earth. It's loaded with water. So when we look at the manifestation of a plasma star, we see that we could have created rotating fields, and in here we have 4 rotating fields, 3 on the bottom and 1 at the top, and each of them has a dynamic plasma field, but collectively they work together and they create one plasma field. And that plasma field is non-tangible. That means you can't touch it, you can't see it. But what you can see is the inertia field that comes as a result of this energy transfer. So this energy transfer has to transition from these rotating fields that make up the plasma star and transition to the center point, which is the manifestation of the energy derived from the plasma star. And so we have our 3 fields. We have our physical field. We have our plasma field around each physical field. And then we have the combination of the dynamic plasma field coming together from the plasma fields created by the others. So there is something that's linking everything together. So in the physical state, we understand how the atomic state works, and we find that all of these things link together. But when we introduce the monatomic state, they still link together, but they're not chained. And that is a significant difference. So they maintain a stability without the chaining process. So why are we so dominated by chaining ourselves down? And so we look at the structure of life and we see that everything comes together and kind of like a chain or a fence or a line of soldiers, or for our cellular structure, a line of phospholipids, where we have the hydrophilic heads and the hydrophobic tails. And so the tails, of course, because of the surface to volume ratio, are magnetical. But since they come together, they create this transition zone. And there's an outside and there's an inside. Well, if the transition zone is magnetical, that means the other side of the zone is gravitational. And so here we have an interesting thing. The outside is gravitational and the inside is gravitational. Oh, really? Well, why is that important? Well, when you put all the phospholipids together, they create the cell boundary. But now we have a relationship that's kind of strange. So all of the phospholipids are pointing in to the center, and the center is gravitational. Why is that? When you have all the phospholipids crunched together in the center, and if you look at that dome, that circle where you bring everything together, it's a smaller circle. So the smaller circle on the inside is more dense than the larger circle on the outside. The circles we're talking about is connecting the blue dots. It's the same number, but there's a density change. And therefore there's a ratio change, the number of dots per area. So in the core is gravitational and the outside is magnetical. Well, that accounts for the flow of energy in one direction. But it doesn't seem to account for the flow of energy in the other direction. Unless we look at this plasma chain and understand that we have this energy in the core, which emits out of the North Pole and comes back into the South Pole. And so now if we can take that image and apply it to this plasma chain of the cell boundary, maybe now we can see how it works. And then we understand that there's another force which is bringing the kind of nutrients that that particular cell needs, because I think we all agree that the cells in the kidneys are different from the cells in the pancreas. But they all function the same way. In other words, the same way of exchanging energy. And so this is the thing about the plasma space technology. It allows you to work with the fields of the universe. And so although this looks like a fancy tanning salon, it's for your pleasure to go inside and experience the energy transfer. Now, wait a second. Isn't that what you do in a tanning salon? You go inside and you draw the energy that is coming from the lights and you tan. And if you go outside and you draw the energy from the light called sun and you tan, gee, there's a similarity. So if you go into the enhancement unit and work with those plasma energies, you don't tan, but you heal, because you're drawing in the energy at a higher order of magnitude. So when we look at in the beginning, this is how it happened. So we brought these fields together. There was the neutron, and it drew energy in and more energy in and more energy in until that energy had a tension problem on the surface tension. So the negative energy of the neutron became positive because it had more and more energy, and the surface tension was being reduced, and then it had to release. and it released the electron and the proton. But at the same time, there was a price to pay, and that was the PM tick. So if you were to add up the energy of the PM tick, the electron, and the proton, that would equal the neutron, and that accounts for the discrepancy when we look at the mass between the neutron and the electron-proton combination. However, there's energy that is coming from many other sources, and those also have to be taken into account. So how much do we take into account, and do we have the skill set to do that? Well, since we're engaging with all the elements on the periodic table of elements on this planet, and we bring them in, and then we find that each and every one of us is unique. And each and every one of us has a slightly different color. But there's basically 7 kind of races on this planet, and yet we're all part of this planet. So really, it doesn't matter what color we are, we're all part of the same race. And this is a different kind of race, right? Because the races may be genetically distinct populations. So these are all individuals within the same species. But we can define races differently, geographically, physiologically. And there's a genetic isolation between races that is not complete. And these differences may accumulate, but not sufficient to separate the species. Not like we separate cats and dogs. We're part of the Homo sapiens. 8 billion, of human beings living today all belong to one species. As in all species, there's a variation among individual human beings, and that is the flavor. It's a unique flavor. And so we have different sizes, different shapes, different skin tone, eye color, but we are much more alike than we are different. In fact, we are remarkably similar. So this is a point of contention, because when we look at our humanities civilization, we like to categorize things. Let's say, oh, you're Asian, or you're Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, or you're Black or African American, and oh, you're white, are you? And then Hispanic or Latino, or Middle Eastern or North African. And then, of course, you could be an American Indian or an Alaska Native. So we like to categorize this, but you know, we like to look at the color and forgetting that inside we're all the same. And so this aspect of our understanding of the humanity civilization is to basically focus our attention on who we are on this planet, as opposed to what this planet is all about. So we're more focused on ourselves than we are on this planet. But we needed to be focused on the planet because we wouldn't be here without it. We wouldn't be here without other things as well. But without a planet to go to, we're not there. And so if we're going to go somewhere, there has to be there first. So we're focused on ourselves for some reason, and we find that we are all part of this whole universe. But this focus, this point of contention, becomes a point of tension. And what happens with the tension is that it creates a binding zone. So the binding zone is really the difference between what you see on the perimeter, which is a nice pathway, a nice round pathway with no obstructions, to having this convoluted pathway in the core. And so clearly, it requires more work to go down this pathway. Maybe it's a lot more fun, a lot of curves, maybe a lot of ups and downs and things like that. But it takes longer to go. It requires more energy. And, you know, maybe initially it's fun. Maybe. Or maybe it becomes worse. And maybe it creates a binding field. It's just a pathway through the field, but the whole field itself becomes a binding zone. And that kind of creates a hurt. And that hurt transcends the entire field. And then, you know, you wonder, how did that happen? How did we go off the track? Because when we look at the amino acid affinity, we're bringing together the nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen. And we find that we create a single track of amino acid as a single chain. And when we fold that over, we create a protein as a double chain. So where's the binding? And there's a sequence to make this protein, and the byproduct is water. Well, this is very handy because protein and water don't mix. So our cells are made of protein, and we have water on the outside, water on the inside, and if they did mix, we'd just be bags of mush. So when we look at the planet, we see how it's constructed, and we have two facets of the planet. One is aerobic, which means oxygen is present. And when we look at the ganses, we see the CO2 GANs, the zinc GANs, and the copper GANs. These are all molecules that involve oxygen. But there's an anaerobic GANs, which means oxygen is absent. And that would be our iron GANs, or CH3, which is literally sugar. So when we look at our DNA, we have to understand that the DNA is a physical explanation for plasmatic precedence. This pattern that you see is a manifestation of a plasmatic idea, a plasmatic concept. And as it comes together, we see the amalgamation of the RNA and the DNA. That's not a point of contention, it's a point of containment. And so the basic DNA is really carbon in a sugar phosphate backbone. And we have hydrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. So this backbone is made with a star formation, with the phosphorus, and 4 oxygens in the star formation. And sometimes it's rigid, sometimes it's flexible, and sometimes you look at a jellyfish and you wonder, does it have a backbone? But it has protein and it has water, and somehow the two don't mix. And in fact, it lives in water. Wow, what a strange creature. Anyway, when we're talking about food, the most important component of that food is actually the glucose. The glucose is the energy we get from the food. That's the whole purpose of eating. Well, you know, maybe it's nice to socialize and go out for dinner and have a nice meal. But let's face it, the main reason for eating food is to gain energy. So that energy conversion has to happen inside the body from the outside of the body. And that conversion is called phosphorylation, where the glucose is phosphorylated into fructose. And so what that means at these points, at these junction points, these corners, where you have a high surface to volume ratio, literally the glucose flips into fructose. That's a very basic concept of phosphorylation. So you still maintain the structure, but not the same energy strength. So that energy, which we call phosphorylation, literally comes from the inertia field that is created in the mind and crosses over into the inertia field of the body, governed by the heart of all things. And we know that because our heart is beating. And when we get excited, it beats even faster. And we can get excited for a lot of reasons. Some of those reasons are pleasurable, and some of those reasons are points of contention. And so we see that there's a blood-brain barrier where the blood goes through our body, but it goes around our brain, and there's a point of crossover, and that point is not visible. In fact, there's a lot of things that are not visible. But one thing that is visible is that we have 3 different energy fields in the cytochrome, A, B, and C. And these are part of the Krebs cycle. The Krebs cycle is a sequencing of energy transfer within the body. And the whole purpose, we eat to get energy, really. Well, that energy is manifest into it's manifest in glucose and phosphorylates into fructose, which facilitates the production of adenosine triphosphate. And this is the currency of life. Unlike what we think currency of life is money, right? But in biology, 36 ATP are produced from 1 glucose molecule. Wouldn't it be nice to take that to the bank? So what we're looking at is a star formation where the 3 phosphates come together and manifest into an ATP. And so there's an energy transfer. And that's what we're talking about, energy transfer. That is done on a plasmatic basis. But let's explain it on a physical basis. We have 3 energy states, A, B, and C, and each of them produce 12 ATP. And so in a healthy cell condition to get this deal, 36 ATP to 1 glucose, you have to have, shall we say, all cylinders firing at the same time. But if they're not, we find a deficiency. And that deficiency is in the transition zone, the cytochrome B. And so we find that an unhealthy cell is producing only 26 ATP. Well, we are not completing the phosphorylation cycle. So we have to consume more energy. What does that mean? That means we have to consume more food. Or maybe we can consume food that has more energy. Or we can phosphorylate the energy better. So all of this has to do with energy sequencing. So how does that apply to our physicality and our relationship to the plasma reality? So if you look at starting at the bottom, we have a magnetic field, we have electrical, then we have electromagnetic, then atomic, then nuclear, then plasma. And we have the soul of the body and the soul of the man. And each of these levels carries a higher energy state as we elevate, if you will, to the top. Now, what's interesting, and I say interesting because all of these are non-visible, and yet they're distinctive. How can you be distinctive and not be visible? So the problem with this ATP is boils down to its aerobic content. So in a healthy environment, the cytochrome environment is considered aerobic, but in an unhealthy is considered anaerobic. Right? So one of the most important byproducts of amino acids is the production of alpha-linolenic acid. This is a polyunsaturated fatty acid, but it's slightly alkaline. And so we see the consumption of hydrogen. And if we understand balance, one side balances the other side, clearly, if we have gaps on one side, that is going to be a point of contention. And it's going to cause bending. But in that point of contention and that point of bending, it causes another energy transaction. And so across that bending, there has to be a balance. And when we bring that energy inside, because of the bending, we have a convergence, and that convergence means it's more dense. Whereas the outside, it becomes less dense. So in plasma science, the more dense is gravitational, the less dense is magnetical. But furthermore, if we look at the endpoints, we find that the carboxyl delta end, which is water soluble, has 2 oxygens and 1 hydrogen. And when you look at the methyl, the omega end, which is oil soluble, 1 hydrogen. So now we realize that the methyl side is magnetical and the carboxyl side is gravitational. Well, isn't that interesting? And that side is the water side. So we are literally producing 3 water molecules there, because if one side is alkaline, the other side is acidic. It means one side is the hydrogen, the other side is the oxygen. We are talking about a healthy state. Look at all the factories in that chain. And look at what's in that chain. We have carbon, we have hydrogen, we have oxygen, and where is the nitrogen? We're missing the nitrogen. Where, oh, where did the nitrogen go? And so we have this amino star with 3 hydrogens and 1 triple oxygen. Isn't that interesting? So when we look at our humanity civilization and we see, well, we're all kind of divided, but we all on this planet as one civilization. And we have all these points of contention. And we have this problem on this planet. And we say, well, it's a convergence of all these points of containment. But this planet, you know, is made up of all of our civilizations. So what that means is each civilization has its own point of contention. Well, that's not unique. Others have a contention within themselves. But now there could be a contention from one to the other, such as, oh, you're black, oh, you're white. Oh, yes? Well, that's a point of racism, isn't it? Well, where does that come from when we're all the same on the inside? Well, the thing is, that point of contention is not unique to us. All the races have that contention. And when all the races have that point of contention, then the planet is getting the flack. And so we now have a strong gravitational contention that comes from the contention of all the individuals. The contentions that we have in this humanity civilization is amalgamation of all on this planet. You can't just say, oh, well, it's that country or it's that nationality or it's that race. We all have it. So where's the blame game? And what is the result of that blame game? Well, guess what? It affects our health. So where we are creating this oxygen within our fatty acids, we start to create this binding. And this binding is magnetical. And so it eventually depletes the oxygen. And it disables the functionality. So that's your concept. But let's look at what are they saying about this concept. So we started with glucose, which is a sugar. And look at its formula. C6H12O6. Where is the nitrogen? So this glucose is the most abundant monosaccharide, which is a subcategory of carbohydrates, and mainly made by plants. And most algae during photosynthesis for water and carbon dioxide, using the energy from, the sun. The plants are using the energy from the sun. Okay, so we have to harvest the plants to get the energy from the sun. Is that the deal? Right? So we're missing something here, because if the energy coming from the sun is making the amino acids, we don't have the nitrogen here. Let's look at this Krebs cycle again. So they call it the citric acid cycle, right? Because it's used by organisms to respire. Respiration is opposed to fermentation. And the purpose of respiration is to generate energy. And truthfully, we can generate energy either anaerobically or aerobically. So there's a series of reactions that takes in acetyl CoA and produces carbon dioxide, but also it produces NADH, FADH2, and the ATP, which we already know what that is, or GTP. And so you have a carboxylic acid, which we know is very acidic and is a central metabolic hub for the interacting pathways of respiration. And it does nitrogen assimilation and photorespiration. Wait a second, isn't that what the plants are doing? And now we know where the nitrogen is gone because it's been assimilated. And so this is done with components that show considerable flexibility in relation to adaptations to the different functions of mitochondria in photosynthetic or non-photosynthetic cells. Okay, so now we're better understanding how we're doing this, but we've introduced some really funny words here, such as NADH, and look at that formula. Now, I don't want you to break down this formula anymore. They're just knowing the names of the components. So we have carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Well, this we know, this is good because we know the phosphorus is part of the DNA chain. So the amino acids in the DNA are intimately intertwined. And we have Mr. Cohen there, the carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. But that's the one thing that we want to notice. But the other thing we want to notice is that the carbon, hydrogen, and nitrogen are odd or asymmetric. And the oxygen and phosphorus is symmetric or even. So inside the mitochondria, one molecule of NADH is equivalent to 3 ATP. There's that 1-to-3 ratio again. And NADH is generated in the cytoplasm during glycolysis and must be transported across the mitochondrial membrane. Membranes don't have a mouth, right? So you can't just shove it through the membrane. It has to cross the membrane, and it has to do this as an energy transfer. So what we're transferring is the electrons to the electron transport chain, and this requires energy. Well, isn't that what we're talking about? We're talking about energy. Maybe you're still thinking food, but we need to process the food to generate the energy. So the NADH plus is the oxidized form. That is, it's a state in which the losses, in which it loses an electron. NADH is a reduced form of the molecule, which means that it gains the electron loss by the NAD plus. So we have a redox reaction involving electron transfers, and they play a central role in energy creation. This is what we're talking about, energy creation. So whether you understand what's going on here or not, understand that it's energy creation. And so this nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, NADH plus, it's NAD plus, hydrogen, there's the H. It occurs naturally in the body and plays a role in generating energy. It's an energy generator. And the NADH produced by the body is involved in making energy in the body. The oxidation of one molecule of NADH leads to the synthesis of 3 molecules of ATP. There's that 1-to-3. But the oxidation of FADH2, which enters the electron transport chain at complex 2, yields only 2 ATP molecules. Complex 2 is cytochrome B. So complex 1 is a synthesis of 3 molecules, and complex 2 only gets 2. We're getting shortchanged here. So what's FADH? Flavin adenine dinucleotide. And it's a redox cofactor. And it's created during the Krebs cycle. So as part of the whole process, this is in the Krebs cycle, but it's utilized during the last part of respiration in the electron transport chain. So the NADH is a similar compound, but it's used more actively. So there's a sequence. So the oxidation of one molecule of NADH gives rise to 3 molecules of ATP, and the 1 molecule of FADH produces only 2. Why is there a difference? So the number of molecules that are synthesized depends on the nature of the electron donor. So if you're getting the energy source from the right donor, then you produce 3 molecules. But if you're getting shortchanged, then you're only getting 2. So that has to play a factor. Now, let's just look at the component at the top there. You have your carbon, hydrogen, phosphorus. There's the nitrogen. And there's your oxygen. What has changed here is that the phosphorus is even, is symmetric. All the others, Mr. Cohen, is odd, asymmetric. They're all missing something. What is oxidative phosphorylation? So this is the fundamental distinction between NADH and FADH. So during this phosphorylation process, we talked about where the NADH makes 3 ATP and the FADH makes 2. But the NADH distributes electrons to the cytochrome complex 1, whereas FADH does so to cytochrome complex 2. A specific pathway. Cytochrome A for the NADH, cytochrome B for the FADH. And during this time, electrons derived from one or the other combine with oxygen. And the energy released from these oxidative reduction reactions is used to drive, the word is drive, the synthesis of ATP from ADP. ATP is triphosphate, ADP is diphosphate. There's the 3 to the 2. So oxidative phosphorylation provides most of the ATP that higher animals and plants use to support life. I wonder if that includes Homo sapiens. And is responsible for setting and maintaining metabolic homeostasis. Balance. It's imperative for balance. So if we're in the aerobic cycle, the oxidative cycle, and functioning properly, we are happy on this planet. But if we are not, then we have to work harder to survive on this planet. And everything that we've talked about here is in the physics of biology, if you will. But when we talk about the conservation of susceptibility, we're talking about independent plasmatic variables and the relationship of the magnetico-gravitational fields. And we are not saying at which energy state we're talking about. So clearly, if we have a cytochrome A, B, and C, and we have three different energy states and three different pathways, and there's a sequence. So that means there has to be a susceptibility, and that susceptibility is triggered by that environment. What are the consequences of this? Well, if we look at the potentiation of hydrogen, that is the pH scale, and we look at the alkalinity, which is slightly alkaline, we have a conformity of the DNA. And when it becomes a little bit more acidic, but still alkaline, such as 7.46, which is slightly above the medium, it's healthy. And that DNA takes a different conformity. And then when it becomes acidic, it stretches. And just like our fatty acids, which is slightly alkaline, the acidic environment of the human body is slightly alkaline as well. But it's dropped down from 7.46 to around 7.3 and a bit. Doesn't sound like much, but when you're dealing in orders of magnitude, it's a lot. The thing is that the tensity changes. It diminishes. It becomes more magnetic. The rotating fields, the spiral of the DNA is spread out. The functioning of the DNA is dependent on the communication. And if we change the nearness and proximity of that communication, we will change the functionality of the interpretation of the energy that we get from the DNA. So we haven't changed the DNA, we've just changed the interpretation of the information that we're getting from the DNA. And we're doing that to compensate for our environment. And so if our environment, which we call in the body the terrain, becomes more acidic, then we have to work harder because we are short in ATP production. Someone shortchanged us. And so where we have the giving and the taking, well, there's a lot more taking going on. And it's a lot easier to take the hydrogen than it is to take the oxygen. So it takes more work to produce the oxygen because it's gravitational. But then, because of the energy that is embedded in the oxygen, is feeding all 70 trillion cells in the body. And it's a lot easier for our body to do that than for us to do that. We don't have to think about it. This is done automatically by our body. How does it do that? It depends on the service that is coming from the plasmatic energy fields. So if we want to look at how NADH and FADH are produced and how ATP is the source, we have to understand there's a difference in the transmutation ratio quadrants. There are higher energy states, there are lower energy states, there are transition energy states. Also, there's a range from the acidic to the alkaline and all points in between. And there's a transition between all points in between. So a transition vertically, a transition horizontally. And the amalgamation of these two interactions is the inertia field of the manifestation of the physicality. So when we are discussing our physicality and we say, oh, you know, are we aerobic or are we anaerobic? That is the inertia field that is a product of the systems, the way they're intended to work. But there are other factors that have to come into play, and we have to recognize what those other factors are. So, is it all from the food that we eat? When you consider the fact that all the energy that we get is only 20% from the food that we eat, and 80% from the same energy source, which the plants get. The plants get all the energy from the sun. So, why are we any different? Because the metabolism for the plants and the metabolism for the humans is very, very simple and similar. It has to deal with energy transfer, ATP production, and the mitochondria, which are the blast furnaces that are producing that energy. So, what is causing the difference to make us go into a more acidic state, a more anaerobic state? That's the question. What is driving it? Something was driving it. Well, when we hold things in abeyance, if someone holds something in abeyance, they stop it from happening or being used at present. We call these people showstoppers. They're stoppers. Energy is always in motion. So, when we're seeking contentment, we can do it two ways. We can be contenders and seek winning or losing, or we can be contented and being satisfied. So we can achieve contentment both ways, and the show must go on. But there's a better way, and there's a lesser way, and this determines our survival. So there are predators, and they have a range. And as far as the universe is concerned, the range of travel for the survivors has to be beyond the range of travel of the predator. So in outer space, there is no war. There may be contention, but there is no war because survivors seek refuge, and they do not want to engage with the warmongers. And if we are forced to engage with the warmongers, then you look at how the plants are surviving and how the animals are surviving. And all you have to do is how they have adapted is with the number of offspring. So a dog may have a litter of 7 to 9 puppies, but an elephant would only have one baby. The chances of survival of one elephant is higher than the chances of survival of puppies. And so when you look at insects, and they have millions of offspring, and fish have millions. Koi, for instance, 250,000 eggs in one batch. So everyone has a method to survive on this planet, and it is a harsh planet, as they say. But this is an oxygen planet. And when we're living in harmony with the planet, our environment is very aerobic. And in that process, all the breakdown and all the creation plasmatically and physically, are in harmony. And the only way that harmony can be achieved is through peace, because we find that when we get into a form of contention, that creates a binding. And that binding can be created emotionally. It isn't just from the toxicity on this planet. Toxicity is a broad word that includes the physical toxicity, but there's also mental toxicity, which comes from abuse. So whether it's toxicity in the physical realm, which is abuse of this planet, or it's abuse of people, or there's a mental toxicity, which is an emotional abuse, it's still the same thing. It creates poor health. So how did we arrive healthy? Because the DNA has the blueprint. The DNA is the inertia field of the Earth-space transmutation state. We knew to come here. We didn't go to Mars. We didn't go to Mercury, or we didn't go to Jupiter. Not in our present state. So our physicality and our arrival in physicality is an inertia field from the Earth-space transmutation state. We knew that coming here. And so how do we know that? Because our manifestation comes from an inertia field. And that inertia field comes through the outer space, and it is in that healthy environment. Because that's how our souls operate. Our souls are the product of the Creator. And the Creator never creates anything bad. It's just how we interpret it. And if we want to apply that to this earth, we can say, well, everything on this earth is a wonder. But what's really a wonder is, why would we choose aerobic versus anaerobic when this is an oxygen planet? And that's why we gravitated here. And so when we live in a depleted planet, we become unhealthy. So can we change things in how we operate? Well, of course, because when we're talking about sequencing, we've seen in the plasma state that we can go from an atomic to a monatomic to a polyatomic to a field state of the plasma state. But let's rest assured that we can go one step beyond. But that takes us only into the one direction. Well, we can go one step beyond the other direction, and we have to do it both. Why? Because one step is magnetical, one step is gravitational, and without the combination of the two, you ain't going anywhere. And so we are in the beyond Sanya era, where we can mine the gold or we can produce the gold. It all depends on the sequence. And so when we look at the sequence of how we look at ourselves, we can look at ourselves superficially and say, oh, and we say beauty is skin deep. But if we look inside and we find that there's beauty everywhere, and if we want to look inside, shall we say, physically, we could do it with x-rays. That was a novel approach. And then we could do it with ultrasound. Same principle, different medium. And now we are beyond ultrasound, and we can do it with the plasma generation. That allows us not only to see the connection, but to see the structure of the soul of man, and to see the interaction of the souls of man with the physicality. So to see all the points of the manifestation. And as we see the picture of the X-ray, And as we see the picture of the ultrasound, rest assured that the plasma manifestation picture will also be perfected. And this is one of the reasons when we go into outer space, there's no poker playing outer space, because they don't look at what you say. There's no bluffing. They see your soul and they see your true intention. And so they see your transmutation transition. And there are many points on the perspective scale. They can see how balanced you are and what your true intention is. And so we can see, despite all the chaos on this planet, we see a beautiful blue planet. And yet when we look closer and look at the transmutation between the micro and the macro, and we can see the detail, these are all just sequence providers. And they all contribute to peace. The planet does it, we do it. All of us do it. But we all do it with different efficiency. So, can we change? We have to change if we're going to progress. We have no choice. The reason we have no choice is because we made that choice before we came here. Without that choice, we wouldn't be here. So what we have to understand is that we can delve into the Krebs cycle and how the energy transfer is phosphorylated and all that, but we need to understand how the plasma is transferred, because the plasma is carrying the energy which causes all of these other manifestations. So if we look at the manifestations of the fields and we understand that these are all the functions to manifest the basic inertia fields, then we understand that when we're looking at our physical state and our dominant matter state, that we are looking at the wrong side of the telescope. We are looking at the smallest image. Get on the other side, look the other way, and see the larger picture. So we understand that transmutation has to do with the range transition, which transcends the inertia field of the transmutation dimensions. There are many transmutation dimensions, and they all follow the laws of conservation, because they govern the covalent, the trivalent, the tetravalent bonding attributes. And so the containment of inertia is manifest through the contention of equality. The manifestation of the intent of the inertia field is a contention for resources. But these resources are the common denominator between two fields to come together to manifest one inertia field. So the contention is to facilitate the equality, not to facilitate the separation. The inertia field cannot be created without equality. There has to be a binding factor. There has to be a common denominator. The contentiousness of selection of this binding factor is not a violent selection. It is not a contentious issue based on race, religion, war, or attributes. It's based on affinity. What are you trying to achieve, and how are you trying to achieve it, and who's making that decision? And so we find that the soul of man cannot be abandoned, and it cannot be compromised either. So the color of man is really based on the integration with the soul of the man. This is the integrity of man, the contention of equality. It's a tension. It's a tension force. And it creates a nonlinear unity, which is determining the path link of susceptibility. So it involves the emission of attention, and it involves the emission of retention. And it interacts to create the emission of intention. The intention is a representation of the truth, and this creates a balance of contention, the contention of equality. And so we need to set up an antenna so that we have a message that's feeding and a feedback manifestation. So we have to tune in to this transmission, and we can transition the tuning where we select one force, which is magnetical, and balance it by the force selection of another, which is gravitational. And so now you have the resulting selection, which is feeds the MAGRAV manifestation, right? And this selection manifestation is predetermined by changing the peace dome of intention. And some people talk about it, and some people do something about it. So the emission of intention is what affects the standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war. So the transmutation manifests in balance with the peace dome. And that's what we'll be trying to teach for 573 weeks in a row through the Knowledge Seekers workshops, to bring this greater oneness together, which transcends the limitations of the nuclear science the way we understand it, because we're all radioactive. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process, the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. We need to sign it. We need to sign it with intensity, with true meaning, with our soul, with the proper belief and the proper intention. Is man the reactor of a three-dimensional transcendent inertia? You betcha, but there are no straight lines through this field transmutation. But we have to get there safely. And we have to go into outer space with a peace dome. The inertia of the present is governed by the dimensions of history. But it's our viewpoint. We can change history. We don't need to carry the baggage. How do we impart the transition of energy states of inertia? So the tension of contention is only amplified in the physical transmission dimensions, and the plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. Thank you very much for allowing me to present. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Let's see if any of the participants, you've raised any questions or they'd like to make a comment. Anyone?
Hello, Alex. Hello, Mark.
Hello, Claudia.
This subject, thank you, Alex, for your teaching, was wonderful. And I was thinking about this DNA this week, and sometimes I think that we only get the transmutation if we change our DNA. And I was thinking, how can you change the DNA if the DNA is like multiples? star formations, and you need time and space to change. And which kind of metabolic, which kind of amino acid could be changed? Like if we don't need more nitrogen, I can't speak this. And which kind, the phosphor is similar. The enxofre, I don't know in English, the same enxofre is similar to enxofre. Speak again, please.
Were you talking about sulfur or something
sulfur,
else?
Yes, sulfur, yes, sulfur in English, yes. Enxofre is in Portuguese. Sulfur and phosphor is like similar to our nitrogen. So I don't know how could be changed and with these sessions. And for example, okay, we move it to another amino acid and we transmute it. How can you like come back or remember that you were using nitrogen, I think so big for my understanding and my knowledge until now. I want to know what you think about it.
Well, first of all, you're the architect of your existence. And if I give you the blueprints for you, do you think the blueprint for the kidney would be the same as the blueprint for the liver?
I'll just say no.
Oh, thank you. So if they were the same, then they wouldn't be different. I mean, that's kind of a obvious statement, or maybe it's a dumb statement, but the point is there's a selection process. So it's like a menu at a restaurant. You have to choose what you want. And in some restaurants, they dictate what you're going to want. We will produce a hamburger and you'll like it. Okay. But other restaurants, they have everything, every type of meal, from soup to pasta, soup to nuts, or whatever. And so you can make the selection. Well, the DNA is doing the same thing. And that DNA is the amalgamation of all the experiences that you've had in your existence. And so when you choose to come to the earth, that's the part of the menu that you're selecting. But if you're going to go someplace else and that has a different menu, so, you can't be selecting the same things by going to a different place. So otherwise, what is the difference between, Chinese food and American food? Then there would be no difference, but there is. And the foods that you have on the Chinese menu are different from the foods that you have on the American menu. And yet they're all part of the foods and they're all part of this earth. So you have an opportunity to make that selection. So what I'm saying is that if you try to decide what to select, you don't select the sulfur, or you don't select the nitrogen or the gold. You have to select the intention of it, because the nitrogen, the sulfur, the gold, the copper are all individual inertia fields that come together from a plasmatic intention. And so if you buy into that intention, then you can create whatever you want. And you say, well, so when you're looking at energy, which is all encompassing, then every single manifestation, every single inertia field on the periodic table is a manifestation of energy in motion. So why are they different?
And how can I choose if I don't know them?
Well,
it's a perfect example, but I don't know how to choose.
Well, you have to trust in your choice because your choice is doing a beautiful job. All you have to do is look in the mirror to see how beautiful. And that is not, you don't wake up in the morning, looking like well, not looking pretty. And then you all of a sudden you say, well, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. It's time for me to look pretty. And then you change. That's not the way it's done. You are who you are, and you look the way you look. But the thing is, the appearance is only skin deep. So the first rule is, what is the affinity that you have to the planet? So you have to abide by all of these periodic table of elements. And then when you look around and you see how many different people are, how many different varieties we have, and the people that are living on this planet are not representative of all the choices because there were many, many generations prior to this. So we maybe have, let's say, 8 billion people on this planet, and we're going to have another 8 billion people on this planet. And in our history, we had 8 billion. So all of a sudden, just within that near range, the near past, the near future, and our present, 24 billion people, that's 24 different choices. And how do they choose? Well, the choice is already made because it's ingrained within the DNA. And then you get to choose what you want to bring out. And it's very interesting to see how people can change their conformity based on their intention. So if someone is worried, then that becomes a prayer for what they don't want. And what does that mean? That means you need to stop worrying. It's like, oh, I can't get to sleep. Well, the moment you worry about not getting to sleep, you can't get to sleep. That will be a fulfillment of that prophecy. You have given an intention that you can't sleep. But if you say, I know that sleep is a natural phenomenon, you've done it every night. You do it at least 365 times a year. Maybe some people get shortchanged in their sleep, but some people sleep also during the daytime, so that would be double that. Over 700 times you fall asleep. So at some point in time, you have to have the trust and say, okay, I'm not the one that has to make the decision. When I'm tired, I go to sleep, and when I wake up, I'm going to be refreshed. And if you have that kind of attitude, then you're programming yourself to make that selection. So that selection becomes a representation of your emotion. And this is the part that we're missing. But if we don't understand that there's a duality to our purpose, then we won't understand that there are two emotions. So when you say, well, look at that person, how elegant they are. They have such great taste. And then you go to someone else and they are eating the worst food possible. So you could say, well, the taste is in their mouth. And that's the difference. One is the taste that is physical, and one is the taste that is emotional. So in our physicality, we can get away with being deceptive. But in our plasma reality, we can't. Because you end up being the product of what you envisioned. The point being is that if you are a warmonger, you will live and die the same way. You cannot extricate yourself from that environment. So choose the environment. And how can you do that? Well, you have to live the way you want to be lived. If you want peace, you have to live in peace. You can't fight for peace. Okay, you can't manufacture guns to, enforce peace. That doesn't work. And then if you understand that there's an impetus, there's an energy flow that's coming from you, and that is adding to that field, that means you are now committed. You are now part of the whole process. You are consumed. Well, wait a second. I don't mind, you dying, but, I don't want to have to suffer. Why should I suffer because you're dead? Well, because you're the one who's causing that suffering. And you cannot do that as per the laws of conservation of energy without paying for it. And so when something has happened to you 20 years ago, and it's a bad thing, and it becomes, say, part of your baggage, carrying that baggage becomes your payment. And you don't want to think about it, so you block it out. But if you could confront that and say, that's what I did at that time with the knowledge that I had, and forgive yourself, you can change history. You can change your point of view with respect to that history. And you say, that was a bad point in my life because I didn't learn about life properly, or I didn't get all the lessons that I needed. So that lesson becomes part of your DNA, and you can now carry that forward. So do you need to bring that lesson out every time, or at the appropriate time, you can choose to bring that lesson out. So, I did that before and I did it that way and it didn't work. Why didn't it work? And then you find out all the things that you need to do, and you say, I'm doing all the right things, but I'm not doing them in the right process. I'm not doing them in the right sequence. So this is where you get to choose. So this is where you get to play with your knowledge. You get to play with your understanding. And I use the word play because, if you do it this way and you say, oh, well, I'm doing all the things that the guy said, it's like you get a recipe book and you're going to make a dinner and you bring in all the elements together and, oh my God, that tastes so awful. And someone else brings it all together and it tastes wonderful. What happened? They had a little bit more knowledge. They knew how to use what they had and take advantage of it. And so this becomes one of the points of view that we have with respect to lack, the lack of what we have. So in other words, have what you need and need what you have. But if you look at the DNA, you have everything. So what do you need at this point in time? And then what do you need down the road? You need to have the trust that you will be able to choose that which you need at the appropriate time. And so you find that when you go to sleep at night, the soul is liberated to be able to do this functionality of making choices. But those choices involve other souls because you are not independent. You are dependent. But you're dependent in an interdependent manner so that you can act independently. This is why when people want to control you, they are not only abusing you, but they're abusing themselves because it consumes energy. And we don't need to do that because the universe is a beneficial supplier. So the limitation that we have in terms of benefiting is based on our knowledge. And once we have that knowledge, then we can be discerning. We have to be discerning. We have to be discriminatory, not by race or color, but we need to be discriminatory in terms of what do we need to facilitate an inertia field and bring together the necessary forces for us to create what we want. So the best example is a marriage. And you have to look truly at the reasons for the marriage. And a couple who understands that the two rowing together in the same direction will create one very good family that will be a better family than two coming together for the sake of convenience. Because that changes. That is not a strong foundation to build on. When you have true intentions where my survival depends on you, so I want to do what's best for you to make sure that you survive. But, you know, when you're depending on an undependable, then you can't work that way. So you have to discriminate. That's all it is. And you don't beat them or punish them, you just avoid them. You seek refuge and seek where you don't have that contentious conflict, but you have that contention to vie for a common denominator that would bring peace in your life in such a way that you can bring peace in all those you come around. And it's not something that you do at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. You do it all day long. And that's where the peace dome comes in, because the earth is rotating. And so it's always on the move. The peace dome goes all around the earth. So wherever we are, we're in contact with that peace dome. And so that peace dome is an amalgamation of all of humanity. We are part of all of humanity. But we're not a soup. We are co-creators with the creator. And that's the beauty of our physicality. I better stop talking. I hope I
Thank you so much. What beautiful. Thank you.
Anyone else have a thought or a question they'd like to voice? While you're thinking about that, again, Mr. Keshe was very complimentary towards the knowledge seekers. I'll just read something from about 2 hours and 11 minutes. This technology is going to see its biggest battles in the next 12 months on the international arena. 2025 is the year that I've decided it's time for change. And those who are around me and work with me closely, they know what I'm talking about. We do not fight. We just keep on introducing new technologies as people pick up the technologies. We are in there with you lot. You supported us. You knowledge seekers in every shape or form in the past years stood there. We put GANs out. You tested it. We put systems out. You came, volunteered to use it. You as knowledge seekers have done such a great job of unforgettable work for humanity. You will understand your positions in the coming time. Unconditionally, how many of you took everything and taught everything? And 2025 is the time because we done all the testing. You look at it. We've done the agricultural tests. We've done the health test. We've done the material production test. Everything is done. Now this year, we bring it into the market in a very big way. In a very, very big way. We relied up to now on you knowledge seekers to support us by buying a system, supporting us with trials and everything else. We still carry on doing that because this way we stay untainted. Nothing can interfere with our work. So thank you all, each and every one of the knowledge seekers who are here or not here. But again, I think the soul understands what Mr. Keshe is saying here. So we thank you all for being, or as he said in the past, carrying a small corner of this very, very large carpet. And in a very short time, you'll understand your positions in the coming time. Anyone else want to make a comment or voice a thought?
Can I add one thing then, please, while people are thinking?
Sure.
In the face of disaster, there are some people that run away, but there are other people that run towards it. And there's a reason for that. And it has to do with a skill set and an understanding. So when in the statement that you just made that everyone's going to have a realization and a fulfillment of their position. Well, it's not a position like a bullfrog sitting on a, lily pad. It's a position where you have a responsibility for the betterment of the planet. And this is the thing that is confounding to me, especially when people talk about population control and stuff like that. Your business, your survival depends on having really more customers or better customers. And so the business of killing your customers is kind of counterproductive. And so like eventually you'll be out of business. And would that matter to you? Well, it does, because now that lesson of life and that action becomes ingrained, embedded within your DNA. So, you become less because you have to spend more energy now. So we really have to discriminate as to what kind of baggage we want to carry. And it's a lot better to not to create the mess than it is to clean up the mess. But we all know that when we clean up the mess, it's a lot better. So we have two purposes. One is to clean up the mess of others because it's our home. And we need to teach them how to clean up their mess to keep our home clean. And because that's how the world works. When you look into the universe, it's well organized. And if you ask us, why is my life not well organized? Well, we're just not looking at what causes the disorganization. That manifestation is an inertia field of what has brought it to. And if we change that, then we will change the manifestation. So all of it is there. We're just not using the right things in the right places. Putting the square peg in the round hole. Well, if the square peg is small enough, it can go into the round hole. And obviously the same is true for the round peg into the square hole. But those are allowances that you have to make. which is what kind of makes life interesting. And it's a lot of fun, isn't it? Except when there's a lot of abuse and pain inflicted, and that's no longer fun. So this is the thing that we have to work at. We have to be more skillful. And why not? I mean, is someone going to argue with me that, we need to be more skillful at having fun? If we don't have a competition, what does Brazil love? They love their soccer team. And when they win, they party. Okay. But that's a contention. That's a competition. And so are both teams partying, or just the winning team is partying? Which means that the losing team is not partying. But, when we were playing and we were playing as old timers, we didn't play with that contention. We played with contention during the game, but the thing was that we were playing with friends, and then after the game, we could go all have a party, and most of us didn't really know the score. We didn't care because we had fun playing. And that's the difference between what you see in our society, where we reward the winner, we reward the beauty, and we make everything into a competition. Oh, you're a better lover than, someone else or whatever. Like, how do you measure that? It's like the Georgia Peach wanting to measure how much her husband loves her. And, maybe he loves her Mercedes Benz, or maybe he loves her, a Toyota Celica. I don't know. How much does he love her? But that's all physical. So when you are interdependent, and that interdependence is totally dependable, that brings peace and harmony. So, Mark, you are totally dependable. Every Sunday, you lead our group here. And it's my wish to be dependable as well.
You are. We all are.
We all are.
He went on to say, Alex, while he was looking for the picture of the gas unit, you've been with me like a rock, and you stood by us like everything else, good and bad. You've been there. You lost money with us when we trusted people. You helped us when we stood there. Let me go and show you something, this is where he's looking for the picture of the gas unit, which you knowledge seekers will understand what this means. But just be patient, because it's your achievement more than us. It's what we, as knowledge seekers, and you, as stood there supporting us with everything else. And then he goes on to show the picture.
Yeah, because the undependability is corrected. Okay, so if you keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result, then that's idiocy. So, we made a mistake, we corrected it. Okay, fine. We fell down, we got up. Okay, we didn't feel sorry for ourselves. It's just, it's too bad. It could have been better. But now comes the new situation. Well, let's make sure that it's better. Use what we learned and add to it. That's what he always talks about, adding to the knowledge. Okay, so whatever knowledge we have in the physicality, and whether it's, backwards or forwards, it all is contributing to the future. So we now know how not to do things. Okay, so it's an important lesson to learn. And it's not a critique as to how efficient you are at learning it. Oh, you took 5 years. Oh, you took 5 minutes. Well, it's a different skill set. but you're on the right path. Okay, so we need to grasp at those things, and they're not just straws. We need to be gentle with ourselves. We need to be forgiving. I have a drug addict coming, okay, and his big problem is he's making excuses. And I said, what is the common excuse that you're making? And that excuse is the excuse of changing things. You're always excusing for a cause of a problem, but you're never excusing for the cause of a solution. Focus on the solution. Forget the problem. Don't make excuses. Oh, I was late because I missed the bus. Well, did you get there? Yes, I got there. Okay, well, that's the thing. You learn how to deal with that. Focus on being able to get there. Don't focus on missing the bus. But, we've come to a point now where we're going through a paradigm shift, and we're all here, and we recognize that it's important. That's why we're giving our time and attention to this. These meetings are long, but they're jam-packed with knowledge and information and sharing. So this is our reward. You cannot get without the giving. And it's not a form of punishment. It's just a matter of what is it that you need, and you go there and get it. I can't go to all the classes. I go to wherever I go, but wherever I am, that's where I am. Okay, not where I'm not. I am where I am, and the determination is to be here with you all. That's my commitment. And so I have to respect myself for making that commitment because it's important. I think it's important. Otherwise, I wouldn't make that commitment. What's the point? So I can't preach, dependability without being an example. But, I try. I sometimes try and say, well, you should be dependable. I don't know what it means. Okay, well, let me lead by example. They still don't get it. Okay, well, let me be undependable. Then they start complaining. And say, well, you should be dependable, and then you won't have anything to complain about. Oh, no, I like complaining. And then you say, oh, wait a second, I got it all wrong. I thought it would be natural for them to be dependable. But for them, it's natural to be a complainer. Okay, not my bag. Sorry, I'm out of there. You carry that baggage and you enjoy it. I'm going to go a different path. So thank you all for allowing me to continue presenting. And we're looking forward to a radical change tomorrow. North and South America needs help, serious help. Let's all pray for peace.
Okay, very good. And on that note, I didn't bring this up before, but we'll just bring it up again to continue to again, join us at the 9 p.m. Central European Time or Central European Summertime. And it's for us and the public. Anyone who's heard this for the first time, you're welcome to join us in this process. And as we said earlier, no one fails this test. Where we join on the energy dimension at 9 p.m. Central European Time, and you'll have to calculate that out for yourself. What that means to you for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and soul of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. Again, you can spend a nanosecond or 1 minute, whatever you'd like to do, but join us and start exploring your energy dimension, which is your true nature, as opposed to what I've always thought the physicality was the top dog. And this was the beginning and the end of everything in a way. But now we know there's a much bigger structure of work within our understanding. And of course, we'll bring the other ones along for the same reason. And just like to say thank you. And I think if you join in this process, if I can just share these screens here, and let's just go to this one, which we've, of course, shown you before. By joining in that work and elevating the soul of the planet, I think you'll be very proud of the work you do. You'll be proud of the person you are, and you'll be proud of the difference you're making on this planet and throughout the universe. And of course, this will instill the work of Mitra, or the understanding of the idea of thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. So it all, in a way, works together. We don't quite understand the big picture yet, but we will as we're moving along. So I want to thank you all, as Mr. Keshe did, for all your support, whether you've just joined us in the last minute or you've been here for a decade or more in this work. Again, we're all carrying a very small corner of a very large carpet. So thank you all for your work. Mr. Keshe is pleased. Oftentimes I wonder, you know, he's a master chess player, Alex, and I wonder, does he get kind of bored not finding someone to play against at his level? You know, when you're an expert, you really don't like playing with people that don't really understand the game. It's not so challenging. It's quite boring. So I wonder, where does he go to, in a way, get challenged? Or does he need to be? Maybe he doesn't need that at all. But you know what I'm saying.
None of us are alone.
Hello?
None of us are alone. No one is alone.
Right, I heard you. So I'm going to conclude with the video that Ed made on the disclaimer of the soul, and then the what he's referring to is the disclaimer itself, and this is how we'll end today's meeting. Anyone else? Thank you, Alex, and thank each and every one of you for being here. As he said, we'll understand more in a future time of what your work in and around the Keshe Foundation has done for humanity. But it's all of our wish to see a peaceful planet and a peaceful universe. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to play the disclaimer of the soul. Thank you, Ed, for creating this video. And then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. See if you can connect the two.
I hope I open your eyes to the dimension of life. Life as a holistic life of your soul, which is part of the structure of the universe, not life as part of the physicality, which is part of the structure of this planet. And then we understand what the next step be if we are not prejudiced, if we are not misguided, if we are not narrow-minded, just to keep to understand what is here and leave the rest to my soul when I'm gone. Then you find out you have a lot to learn to get to that point. I hope, as usual, I open another door, a crack in the wall, that it brings down all the misguided understanding of the past, and you become to enlighten yourself. If you listen which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching. Embedded in it, in the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you, this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me. It's not just for your illness, it's for the illness of your mind, your understanding of your own world of creation. And then you understand, even each intro gives you what I call independently, you decide. Does this fit me? Do I understand it where I missed? And does it go according to my intelligence? This is why we never have a peer review, because in the word of the disclaimer, it's your job to investigate to your understanding, and it befits you.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.